base of the end of the world starting with 5 million points. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Ammunition, Part 1. Hundreds of vehicles filled up with fuel and set off again to Sanctuary City number 1. What was a little different from the previous times was that there were 6 more heavy-duty trucks in the convoy, and the rear doors of the carriages were locked and closed. The loading of goods was very important, it goes without saying. Reed located in the front row, just behind the tank, one of the armored vehicles. Liu Liangxin and Xia Chuan, as well as Luo Shan and Luo He were riding in this vehicle. Xia Chuan's eyes were always on Liu Liangxin. After being looked at like this for a long time, Liu Liangxin felt a little uncomfortable and immediately asked, "Why are you always staring at me, Xia?" Chuan didn't look away and said with a smile, "Isn't it just a glance that's missing? A glance? What do you mean? I'm not going to die." Liu Lian suddenly felt unhappy and asked angrily, "I didn't say you were going to die. I meant that from now on you will be in Xiang City and I will be in the military area. It will be difficult to see you again, Xia." Chuan hurriedly explained for a while, and then Liu Lian lost some of her anger. She turned away and ignored Xia Chuan. Xia Chuan smiled helplessly, feeling the bumps of the vehicle. He was silent for a long time, not knowing where he was or how long it had been. "I only heard a few gunshots occasionally, probably from encountering zombies, and then all that was left was the roar of the engine and the bumps along the way." Zizzy. The car's intercom rang with the sound of electricity, followed by a voice. "I'm Luo Wuliuki. We are currently about 3 kilometers away from Sanctuary City number 1. Everyone, be prepared. Armored vehicle number 002 received," said the guard soldier driving the armored vehicle, pressing the call button on the intercom. The people in the car heard these words clearly. Luo and Luo He looked relieved. The population migration in Sanctuary City number 1 went smoothly. He didn't encounter any big trouble on the road for 6 consecutive days. He was really lucky. Liu Liangxin showed excitement because she was about to meet Luo Ren. While Xia Chuan was feeling emotional, he was also very happy. He was finally back. He glanced at Liu Liangxin secretly, then looked away again, secretly saying, "Liangxin, you have to persuade Luo Ren. 3 kilometers is not far, and unless you are in poor physical condition, jogging will take no more than 20 minutes. For vehicles, even less time is required." Sanctuary City number 1, South City Gate, City Wall. Luo Ren unscrewed the lid of the kettle and took a big gulp. He turned around and looked behind him. The long street was full of people. This was the last group of people in Sanctuary City number 1, pulling them back to Xiang City. Then it's time to reach Sunset City. Bus. The roar of the engine reached his ears. Luo Ren raised a smile and turned around to look outside the city. As the roar became clearer, at the end of the road, several tanks first came into his sight, followed by armored vehicles and trucks. The entire convoy came into view, and Luo Ren found that there were 4 significantly larger heavy trucks among them, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. The convoy approached and then lined up neatly. The door of the armored vehicle opened. Luo Shan and Luo He got out of the car first, followed closely by Xia Chuan. Everyone in the Royal Army cheered immediately when they saw Xia Chuan. Then, Liu Liangxin walked down from the armored vehicle, and the cheers of the Royal Army stopped suddenly. Liu Liangxin was Liu Yangnian's daughter. They all knew her. They were surprised that Liu Liangxin had already joined the base. Why did she come here today? Liu Song looked at Luo Ren and thought, was it Luo Ren who asked Liu Liangxin to come here? However, when he saw Luo Ren, his face was full of surprise, and he immediately abandoned his thoughts. Luo Ren definitely did not call Liu Liangxin here, so he couldn't help but turn his attention to Xia Chuan again. Based on his understanding of Xia Chuan, he could quickly guess that Xia Chuan should have told Liu Liangxin about the zombie siege in the Wasteland military region, and Liu Yangnian was Liu Liangxin's father after all, so the purpose of his visit this time was. It's easy to guess. Luo Shan and Luo He came to Luo Ren first and saluted. "Sir, the vehicle has arrived. People can get on it." Luo Ren just nodded slightly and did not issue an order immediately. He was waiting for Liu Liangxin and Xia Chuan to come over. Soon, these two people came to him. He frowned slightly, looked at Liu Liangxin, and asked, "Liangxin, why are you here? Didn't you and Antong be asked to lead the city's defense?" Liu Liangxin pursed her lips and said, "The Wasteland Military District is besieged by zombies, and my father is still inside. As a daughter, I must do something." Luo Ren was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xia Chuan. He didn't know about the siege of the Wasteland Military Region until he came to Sanctuary City number 1. However, Liu Liangxin, who was far away in Chiang City, could know. There was only one possibility. Xia Chuan told her. He stared at Xia Chuan, but Xia Chuan's expression and eyes did not change at all, and he acted very calmly. "Brother Ren, I want to ask you to send troops to rescue the Wasteland Military Region." Liu Liangxin bit her lips and said with clenched fists in her two pink jade hands, "What a fox." Luo Ren cursed secretly when he heard this and immediately understood Xia Chuan's true purpose in telling Liu Liangxin that the Wasteland Military Region was under siege. It turned out that he wanted to persuade Liu Liangxin to send troops to rescue the Wasteland Military Region. If he had not been infected with the zombie virus, maybe he would have sent troops to rescue him, but now, 7 days have passed since 3 months. He had to move the population of Afterglow City as soon as possible, then upgrade the base to level 4, and then search for the dragon pattern crystal. Time was tight, and he couldn't waste it. Facing Liu Liangxin's gaze, he finally shook his head and said, "The current situation is special, and I cannot send troops to the Wasteland Military Region." Liu Liangxin felt disappointed, but she did not give up. Just as she was about to continue begging, Luo Ren said, "I can't send troops, but I can lend the Kingdom Army ammunition, and you can go and rescue them yourself." "Really?" Xia Chuan said in surprise before Liu Liangxin could speak. "The Kingdom Army's weapons and equipment are not weak, but the ammunition is not so sufficient. As long as there is enough ammunition, Xia Chuan is confident that the Kingdom Army can completely solve the problem of the Wasteland Military District being besieged by zombies without the Guard Army." Luo Ren nodded and said affirmatively, "Really?" Then, he looked helpless again, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "But after 2 large-scale battles, I don't have much ammunition left in the army now. I have to go back to Chiang City to lend you extra ammunition. Point. How about this?" Luo Shan Luo Hei. Luo Shan Luo Hei heard the call and came over immediately. Luo Ren said to the two of them, "I will personally lead this population migration. You two take the remaining people to Yuhu City." Luo Shan and Luo Hei answered in unison, "Yes." Luo Ren then said to Xia Chuan, "You take your people back to the city with me, and I will lend you ammunition." Xia Chuan was overjoyed and said repeatedly, "Okay, I will arrange it right away." When Xia Chuan was about to leave, Liu Liangxin suddenly spoke, and Xia Chuan stopped and looked at Liu Liangxin, and Luo Ren also looked at her. Chapter 202 Ammunition, Part 2. Facing 2 pairs of eyes full of thirst for knowledge, Liu Liangxin was a little nervous. She swallowed her saliva, and when she saw Luo Ren, she hesitated and said, "Well, Brother Ren, actually the ammunition. I have brought it here." After saying this, she immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at the change in Luo Ren's expression. Luo Ren's mouth opened slightly, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched. He scratched his head, then looked at Xia Chuan, pointing his hand at Liu Liangxin, and said, "Did you ask her to do it?" Xia Chuan quickly waved his hand and shook his head. "It was my own idea. I think the escort army's ammunition consumption must be very serious after 2 consecutive battles. If they want to send troops to rescue the Wasteland Military Zone, they will definitely have to replenish their ammunition." So Liu Liangxin rubbed the corners of her clothes and lowered her head. "You really think very comprehensively." Luo Ren complained helplessly, and then he thought of something and said in surprise, "That's not right. I only gave Antong the authority to use the ammunition in stock. How could you do that?" Liu Liangxin rubbed her clothes harder and hesitated for a long time, unable to speak a complete sentence. Although Suan Tong has already written the letter, it means that she is not afraid of Luo Ren knowing about it, but Suan Tong is trying to help her after all, which makes her not want to affect Suan Tong because of this matter, but just because she didn't say it, it didn't mean that Luo Ren couldn't guess it, because the logic was so simple that Luo Ren could guess it with just a little use of his brain. Understood. Luo Ren was even more helpless. He only authorized Suan Tong to use the ammunition in stock. If Liu Liangxing could get the ammunition, there was only one possibility, which was to talk through Suan Tong and ask her for help. Luo Ren rubbed his eyebrows and said with a bitter smile, "You guys." Shook his head and said, "Forget it, just this time, it won't be the same next time." Hearing this, both Liu Liangxing and Xia Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Liangxing was afraid that Luo Ren would be angry, while Xia Chuan was afraid that Luo Ren would punish Liu Liangxing if he was angry, or even more seriously, he would change his mind and not lend them ammunition. In this case, Luo Shan and Luo He are still responsible for the population migration this time. "I will take the remaining people to Afterglow City," Luo Ren ordered. Hearing this, Luo Shan and Luo He responded without any complaints, "Yes." Luo Ren then asked Liu Liangxing, "Where is the ammunition you brought?" Liu Liangxing pointed to the 6 heavy trucks and said, "They are all there." "Are all the 6 vehicles filled with weapons and ammunition?" Luo Ren asked in surprise with his eyes widened. 6 heavy trucks, each with a load weight of dozens of tons, 6 trucks of weapons and ammunition. Could Suan Tong just take 1/3 of the inventory? Liu Liangxing nodded and said, "Yes." Luo Ren patted his forehead and looked at Xia Chuan bitterly. Xia Chuan was surprised when he heard that 6 heavy trucks were full of weapons and ammunition. According to the standard weight of a bullet is 24 grams, and 1 million rounds of bullets is only 24 tons. Each of these 6 heavy trucks can carry nearly dozens of tons of cargo. In other words, one truck weighs at least 2 million tons. Shoot bullets. Feeling Luo Ren's gaze, Xia Chuan came back to his senses, opened his dry mouth, and it took him a long time to utter one word, "Heyo." Luo Ren said helplessly, "I've brought all the belts. Let's go. Let's see if the ammunition can match your Royal Army's weapon model." "Okay." Xia Chuan responded. The amount of ammunition is sufficient and must match the gun, no matter how large or small it is. 6 heavy drove into the city, which was almost too high to get in. The 3 of them arrived at one of the cars and opened the compartment. They were full of ammunition boxes. Luo Ren ordered people to unload 1 box each of rifle bullets, light machine gun bullets, heavy machine gun bullets, tank shells, and rocket launcher shells. First, he opened the bullet box. As expected, it was full of bullets. Xia Chuan picked up a rifle bullet, looked at it carefully, and nodded. 56mm caliber, no problem, our gun can be used. Then, he picked up another light machine gun bullet. After looking at it for a while, he nodded with satisfaction, then put down the light machine gun bullet, and picked up the heavy machine gun bullet. The bullets of this heavy machine gun are obviously larger and longer than the bullets of light machine guns and rifles. Xia Chuan looked at it for a while, and was very satisfied. He said, "The 7mm caliber can be used." Luo Ren nodded slightly, then opened a box of tank shells, revealing the shells that were much larger than the bullets. Xia Chuan picked up one and examined it carefully, then nodded again and said, "Yes, 125mm shells can also be used by our tanks." Then he opened a box of rocket launcher shells, picked up one and immediately frowned and said, "This shell cannot match our H3 rocket launcher." He put the shell down, shook his head, and said, "It's useless. It doesn't matter, just use the others. As for these rocket launchers, I brought a lot with me on this expedition. I can lend you a few temporarily," Luo Ren said. Xia Chuan was pleasantly surprised and thanked. "That's great. I would like to thank Chief Luo Ren in advance." Luo Ren smiled and said, "Remember, you have to pay me back after the matter is done." Hearing this, Xia Chuan burst out laughing and said, okay. Not all of the 6 carts of ammunition were lent to the Royal Army, and the escort army also used this opportunity to replenish some ammunition. Then Luo Shan and Luo He led 1,000 people to escort the last group of people in Sanctuary City number 1 back to Chiang City. Luo Ren said goodbye to Xia Chuan and took the rest of the people to Afterglow City. Liu Liangxin is a level 2 evolver and her strength is above average among level 2 evolvers. She is a big help. Xia Chuan really wanted Liu Liangxin to stay and help them. Liu Liangxin also had this idea, so he agreed. She said to Luo Ren, "Brother Ren, after solving the zombie crisis in the Wasteland Military Zone, I will come to Yuhu City to find you." After all, Liu Yangnian was her father, and Luo Ren could not stop her from saving her father. After a few words of advice, he agreed to let her stay. After more than half an hour's journey, the outline of Yuhu City came into view. The guards were at the gate of the city, and none of the guarding Yuhu soldiers made a fighting posture. Instead, they opened the city gate directly and allowed the guards to enter and exit. Luo Ren was very satisfied when he saw this. The Yuhu army did not show hostility to the guards, which meant that Chen Yun, the current supreme commander of Yuhu City, had no intention of rebellion. The news of the return of the guards spread throughout Yuhu City immediately, and Chen Yun and Luo Wu immediately rushed to greet them. "Commander." Luo Wu saluted and greeted, "Commander." Chen Yun shouted immediately. Luo Ren looked at Chen Yun, smiled slightly, and praised, "You are much smarter than Xiao Zhenghang." Chen Yun scratched his head and laughed, "That's right. Okay, you arranged someone to notify the residents in the city that the population migration will start tomorrow, and let them all prepare." Luo Ren gave the order directly without any nonsense. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Rescue, Part 1. Wasteland Military Region, Commander's Office. Red HMM. Okay. Liu Yangnian held a satellite mobile phone with an antenna of 7 or 8 centimeters to his ear and kept nodding in agreement, with excitement that could not be concealed on his face. After talking on the phone for a long time, he smiled and said, "Old son, I'll wait for you to come. I'll treat you to a drink." The person on the other end of the phone said, "You said this yourself. I'll remember it. You old guy won't be able to cheat when the time comes." Liu Yangnian smiled and said, "What does it mean to cheat? I will do what I say. TCH, last time you said you would treat me and Xiaosu to a drink, but you didn't keep it, and you kept your promise. Well, last time it was a special situation, this time it will be for sure." After being exposed, Liu Yangnian was a little embarrassed and laughed a few times. "I'll remember it. I'll make sure this time." The person on the other end of the phone paused and then said, "Okay, Liu, I still have some things to do, so I'll hang up first." "Okay, go ahead." Liu Yangnian said, "Well, I hung up." The person on the other end said that he hung up, but he did not hang up immediately. Instead, he was silent for a few seconds and said, "Old Liu, you must hold on. I don't want to be left with nothing." Black-haired man. Rolling. Liu Yangnian was quite moved at first, but when he heard the white-haired man gives the black-haired man a favor, his face immediately darkened. This old grandson was so disgraced. Ha ha ha. Leo's son on the other end of the phone proudly laughed, and then said, "I won't joke with you anymore. Wait until I come to buy me a drink." Toot toot. After the words fell, the other party hung up the phone. Liu Yangnian removed the satellite phone from his ear. Unlike a few days ago, his eyes were full of hope at this time and there was no worry on his face. He walked to the window, stretched out, exhaled a long breath, and sighed, "It's finally here." Walking out of the office and going downstairs, he couldn't help but look in the direction of Sanctuary City number 1 and said to himself, "I wonder how Xia Chuan and the others are doing, whether Luo Ren has sent troops, or whether the rescue was successful after sending troops. There are more than 100,000 people, nothing can happen." The weather turned cloudy and became much cooler. At this time, Sanctuary City number 1 lacked the vitality of the past. There were no people in the streets and alleys. Only the Royal Army was stationed in the center of the city, and Royal Army soldiers could be seen coming and going. in command of the military tent. Zia Chuan pointed to the wasteland military region on the map and said, the military region has only one entrance and exit, the east gate, and zombies mainly attack this direction. Now we have enough weapons and ammunition, so I think we can go up to the door and confront the zombies head on. I don't think it's appropriate. Old Song pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, shook his head, and said, we are not a bodyguard. If we go head to head with zombies, we may not necessarily be their opponents. Old Song, what do you mean? Are you saying that our combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the guards? Old Song, have you been brainwashed by Luo Ren? Luo Song's words immediately provoked refutation from other officers of the Royal Army. Old Song frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, I'm telling the truth, and the combat effectiveness of the Royal Army is indeed not as good as that of the guards. Snap, Chief of Staff Song, you are like this. The guards have 12 heavy tanks. How many do we have? The escort has dozens of heavy machine guns. How many do we have? There are also evolved humans. With your eyes open, haven't you seen how many evolved humans there are in the guards? How strong is Luo Ren's individual strength? He can easily kill pseudo level 3 zombies. Which of you can do it? I'm not exaggerating others, nor am I being brainwashed. I'm simply stating objective facts. You can be confident, but you cannot be blindly confident, otherwise you will only destroy yourself. An officer of the Royal Army clapped the table and stood up, scolding Luo Song. As the Deputy Chief of Staff, Luo Song was not a vegetarian. He clapped his hands on the table and stood up. He stared at the officer with burning eyes and asked questions one after another. Start a fight directly. The officer held it in for a long time and couldn't think of any words to rebut. He could only snort and sit back on his chair. Old Song, please sit down. Upon seeing this, Xia Chuan pressed down his hand and analyzed objectively. Old Song, please sit down. Song is indeed right. Even if combined with the strength of the military region, the combat effectiveness of our army is still inferior to that of the escort. There is indeed a chance of failure in a head-on confrontation with zombies. The current situation is that the only road leading to the military area is cut off by zombies. Unless one of us has as strong an individual strength as Luo Ren, we can go to the military area, inform the commander, and then attack from both front and rear. This way the winning rate will be greatly improved. Xia Chuan looked around at everyone and said with a bitter smile, but we don't have such people. Then he looked at Liu Liangxin and said, even if Liangxin is stronger than me, she is not as strong as Luo Ren. Old Song fell silent immediately. What Xia Chuan said were facts that cannot be ignored. In the current situation, they did not have a satellite phone. If they wanted to contact the military region, they had to go through people in the military tent. After a long silence, Xia Chuan said, without further ado, let's vote with a show of hands and raise our hands in favor of confronting the zombies head on. Hooah. Hooah. As soon as he finished speaking, all the officers on the field raised their hands except Luo Song. Upon seeing this, Luo Song hesitated for a while and finally raised his hands in agreement. At this point, there is no other way. Zombies are not human beings, so psychological tactics cannot be used. They can only be completely eliminated through powerful strength. Since everyone agrees, I declare the meeting to be over. Everyone should go back and have a good rest, recuperate and prepare to fight the zombies. Xia Chuan said. Wait a minute. Just when everyone was about to disperse and evacuate, Liu Liangxin suddenly spoke, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Xia Chuan asked, Liangxin, do you have anything else to add? For the quasi level 3 zombie group, ordinary zombies and level 1 zombies are not to be feared, but the scary ones are level 2 zombies and quasi level 3 zombies. You and I can deal with level 2 zombies, and if the quasi level 3 zombies are power zombies, the threat is not great, but what if they are quasi level 3 speed zombies? This is not something we can deal with. Liu Liangxin's words hit Xia Chuan's pain point at once. Yes, quasi level 3 speed zombies, although they do not have the ability to destroy armored vehicles and tanks, they can kill people. The Kingdom Army is not like the Guard Army, all of them are in armored vehicles, and they can hide in the car when facing quasi level 3 speed zombies. Instead, only a small number of people can ride in armored vehicles and tanks. These few people are fine, but what about the others? Let them die. If the quasi level 3 zombies cannot be killed, the quasi level 3 zombie groups will always exist. Isn't such a rescue a failure? After thinking for a while, Zichuan smiled bitterly and said, that being said, what can we do? Liu Liangxin bit her lip slightly, clenched her jade hands into fists, and then said, I'll go to Brother Ren. The guards cannot mobilize the population to migrate, but if only Brother Ren can help, he should be willing. That's the only way. Please, Liangxin. Zichuan said. The human brain is limited, so some things cannot be considered clearly at once. At that time, Luo Ren lent the Kingdom Army bullets, and Zichuan only thought that the Kingdom Army had sufficient ammunition and would definitely be able to rescue the Wasteland Military District. Looking back now, I thought too simply at the time, and after listening to Liu Liangxin's words, I felt even more uncertain. Liu Liangxin bowed her head. When she faced Luo Ren, she didn't think so much. This was just what she suddenly thought of at the meeting just now. She sighed. Although Luo Ren could break into city number 5 alone to save her, it was now the Wasteland Military Zone. The person inside was not her, but Liu Yangnian, so she was not completely sure that Luo Ren could help her, but even if she was not very sure, she had to try. Maybe Luo Ren would help her for her sake. After the day came the night, and after the night came the day again. This cycle lasted for a day and a night. Yuhu City, South City. At the city gate. Hundreds of vehicles were neatly arranged, including tanks, armored vehicles, and medium-sized trucks. Many civilians lined up to leave the city and then boarded the back of the trucks. Each truck was packed full, and because it was too heavy, the body of the truck was sinking. Such loading was too inconsistent with freight regulations. However, at this time, all the bullshit regulations were nonsense. The most important thing was efficiency. After nearly an hour of tossing, the first batch of migrants today were finally loaded. With an order, the vehicles started and set off in the direction of Chiang City. The convoy disappeared on the horizon, and Luo Ren retracted his gaze. At this time, the guards were stationed on the city wall. The soldiers of the Yuhu army had their guns surrendered and became ordinary people. They were preparing like everyone else, or had already been relocated to Chiang City on trucks. Some people were as panicked as the people in Sanctuary City number 1, but there were very few of them. Because unlike Sanctuary City number 1, there was no publicity and explanation. A few days before, Chen Yun and Luo Wu had arranged for people to explain the population migration, so the residents in the city knew where they were going, called Chiang City, and the living environment there would be better than the current one, not worse. As for why a small number of people were still panicked, it was because these people were too cautious and suspicious. No matter what, they would think that others were deceiving them. Moreover, even if they saw it with their own eyes and experienced it personally, these people would still think that it was a show, and something terrible would definitely happen in the future. In this way, some people may wake up halfway through the journey and clearly understand that this is not a play, but a real thing, and nothing terrible will happen in the future. Therefore, in the future, they will let go of their grudges and doubts and live a lot easier life. However, there are very few people who are unwilling to wake up until the end of their lives. They will always think that they are living in a play and something terrible will definitely happen in the future. In this way, they will be cautious and trembling all their lives, living in fear and worry. Not long after the convoy left, Luo Ren had already walked down the city wall and was ready to return to the central city lord's mansion. Yuhu City is not like the No. 1 Sanctuary City. Its city lord's mansion was not blown up, so compared to the military tent, it is still more comfortable to live in a house. Who is it? Just as he got on the car and was about to leave, the guards on the city suddenly shouted. Chapter 204 SQ, Part 2. The shouts of the escort soldiers attracted Luo Ren's attention. He waved his hand to signal the driver not to start the vehicle in a hurry, then got out of the car alone and returned to the city. Read what's going on? Luo Ren asked. When the guard soldier on duty saw Luo Ren, he immediately saluted and said, Sir, there is a vehicle approaching outside the city. Luo Ren looked outside the city and saw an off-road vehicle approaching slowly against the guns of the escort. He narrowed his eyes slightly, but due to the light problem, he could not see the people inside clearly through the windshield. Looking past the vehicle, he saw nothing unusual behind it. Luo Ren raised his hand and said, "It's just a car. There's no threat. Don't be so nervous. This is true. Just a car, unless it is loaded with a small nuclear bomb, does not pose much of a threat." The off-road vehicle stopped just now as it approached the city, but it did not turn off. Click. The sound of the car door opening sounded. Under Luo Ren's gaze, the door on the right side of the back seat of the off-road vehicle opened, and a slender beautiful leg stepped out. Then, Liu Liangxin got out of the car. Luo Ren frowned slightly, but he didn't expect it to be Liu Liangxin. Didn't she stay in Sanctuary City number 1 and go with Xia Chuan and the others to rescue the Wasteland military region and save her father? Could it be that the matter has been settled, but it is too fast, so fast that it is surprising? "Brother Ren, it's me." Liu Liangxin waved and shouted from below. Upon hearing this, Luo Ren smiled slightly and said to the guard soldiers around him, "Open the city gate." Seeing that it was Liu Liangxin, the guardsmen relaxed their vigilance and immediately opened the city gate. "Go to the city first." Luo Ren looked at Liu Liangxin and said with a smile. Liu Liangxin nodded and returned to the car. The wheels of the off-road vehicle rolled, pressing against the gravel road, and drove into the city. Luo Ren came down from the city wall and greeted Liu Liangxin. When Liu Liangxin saw Luo Ren, she was very happy from the bottom of her heart. She quickly stepped forward and called, "Brother Ren, Lion, Xin, why are you here? Has the matter in the Wasteland military region been resolved?" Luo Ren asked. Hearing this, Liu Liangxin's smile faded a bit. She shook her head and said, "It couldn't have been so fast. We had a meeting last night to discuss how to rescue the military area. After much deliberation, the only way to suppress and eliminate the zombies is through head-on tactics." Luo Ren nodded slightly and analyzed. It is indeed the most effective way to deal with the group of level 3 zombies head-on, but the smile on Liu Liangxin's face had completely subsided at this time, and she said, "There must be quasi-level 3 zombies among the quasi-level 3 zombies. If they are quasi-level 3 power zombies, a few tanks of the Royal Army can still deal with them, but if it's a quasi-level 3 speed zombie." Before he finished speaking, Luo Ren understood the meaning. He was silent for a moment and asked, "Then how do you plan to solve it?" Liu Liangxin stared at Luo Ren, suddenly held his hand, and said in a very pleading tone, "Brother Ren, please help me." Luo Ren saw Liu Liangxin's eyes, which were as tender as water. Just like this, the two looked at each other for 3 or 4 minutes. He finally sighed and said, "Okay, I promise you. Making such a decision involves personal feelings, but the most important thing is to weigh the pros and cons." Liu Liangxin's intention is very clear to him. All he wants is his help, not the escort. This will not delay the population migration of Yuhu City. Also, Liu Yangnian is the commander of the military division, so he is always from the army. Although we haven't seen more military forces yet, it is always good to have a good relationship. Because the current Chiang city does not have the strength to fight against the army of a country, unless the army has really completely collapsed. At the same time, there is also his confidence in his own individual strength. Being a level 3 evolver is not a child's play. Even if he is surrounded by thousands of troops, he is sure to escape. Therefore, he does not have to worry about being kidnapped by the Royal Army after the incident. In summary, he chose to agree. Liu Lion was extremely excited, hugged Luo Ren, and cried with joy. Luo Ren patted Liu Liangxin on the shoulder and said, "I came here early in the morning and haven't had breakfast yet. Let's go and have breakfast together." The next day, early morning, an off-road vehicle left the city gate and headed to Sanctuary City number 1. The person driving the vehicle was a soldier of the Royal Army, and the people riding in the vehicle were Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin. Sanctuary City number 1, in the military tent. At this time, many officers of the Royal Army are here, including Xia Chuan and Deputy Chief of Staff Elder Song. Liu Liangxin left for Afterglow City early yesterday. There has been no news since this day. I'm afraid Luo Ren won't agree. There was a trace of worry on Liu Song's face. Although his tone was calm, he could hear the mixture. With a hint of disappointment. Xia Chuan's eyes were slightly closed, and he was silent. When he heard Liu Song's words, he slowly opened his eyes. He was also worried, but he said, Lions Inn hasn't come back yet, so there is still hope. Let's wait a little longer. Others discussed individually. Some had the same view as Luo Song and believed that Luo Ren would not agree. Others had the same view as Xia Chuan. As long as Liu Liangxin had not come back, there was still hope. Some people think that Liu Liangxin will not return to Sanctuary City number 1. Time passed by in discussions and quarrels. Suddenly, the roar of a car came from outside the tent, and then the sound of the car door opening and the sound of rapid footsteps. These movements immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the military tent. Under their gaze, a soldier of the Kingdom Army trotted in, stopped in front of everyone, and said, "Report to the Deputy Commander, Chief Liu Liangxin and Luo Ren are here." "Oh, that's great. Let me tell you, Chief Luo Ren is still upright." "That's right. Chief Luo Ren is so fucking righteous." "Hey, Luo Hu, aren't you sure that Chief Luo Ren won't agree? Why don't you say anything now?" "Hahaha, look at how ashamed he looks." When the officers heard this, they were all pleasantly surprised. Old Song also smiled slightly, but he did not expect Luo Ren to be so generous. This time he helped, but they did not have the population resources as a reward. Okay. Xia Chuan was equally surprised. He was so excited that he slapped the table and stood up, saying, "Where are they now? Take me there quickly." Liu Liangxin and Chief Luo Ren are drinking water and resting in the reception room at this time. The soldier replied, "Take me there quickly," Xia Chuan said urgently. One after another, Xia Chuan followed the soldier onto the off-road vehicle. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived at the foot of a small foreign-style building. After getting off the vehicle, the soldier said, "Chief Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin are in the reception room on the 2nd floor. Xia Chuan nodded slightly, walked into the foreign-style built, and went straight to the door of the reception room on the 2nd floor. In front of the door, he neatly arranged his clothes, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door 3 times. "Please come in." Liu Liangxin's voice came from the room. Xia Chuan immediately opened the door and entered. As expected, there were only 2 people in the room. Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin's smile. Xia Chuan's face was full of smiles, and he said gratefully, "Sir, Luo Ren is very kind, and I, Xia Chuan, would like to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the Royal Army." He held Luo Ren's hand with both hands, shook it vigorously, and said sincerely, "Thank you. You're welcome." Luo Ren smiled slightly, shook hands with him for a while, then let go, and then said, "It's just a little effort. Brother Xia Chuan doesn't have to be so polite." Xia Chuan made a sitting gesture, and after Luo Ren sat down, he sat down, shook his head and said, "This may be just a small effort for you, but it is a life-saving grace for us. Chief Luo first lent us weapons and ammunition, and now he personally helped us. Such a great kindness, Xia Chuan, and everyone in the Wanguojian will remember it, and will never forget it." When he said this, Xia Chuan's eyes and tone were very sincere. It could be seen that he was not duplicity, but that he was truly grateful to Luo Ren, which made Luo Ren quite satisfied. He smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about when do you plan to send troops to the Wasteland military region." "Okay." As a soldier, Xia Chuan was not pretentious. Since Luo Ren left the topic on his own initiative, he would not say so many words of gratitude, because saying too much would sound hypocritical. The most important thing is that he was also at a loss for words. He couldn't utter such artistic words, so he nodded and responded, "The situation in the Wasteland military region is critical. The sooner the troops are dispatched, the better. We have discussed it internally before. As long as you come here, Commander Luo, we will send troops the next day. What do you think?" Luo Ren nodded and said, "Soldiers are valuable and quick, so we will send out troops tomorrow." After a pause, he continued, "However, before I say anything ugly, I will only help you deal with level 3 zombies. Of course, the number of level 2 zombies is I can help if there are too many, but I don't care about the rest." Xia Chuan laughed and said, "No problem. Wasteland military region. Commander's office. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond." The ringing of the phone echoed in the office. Liu Yangnian, who had closed his eyes to relax, opened his eyes instantly, picked up the satellite phone on the table, and pressed the connect button. Point beep. Hello, I'm Liu Yangnian. Liu Yangnian said. Leo. Liu, it's me, Sun Jiuo, and I have something good to tell you. Leo Sun's voice came from the other end of the phone. Good thing. The military region has agreed to send troops. Liu Yangnian immediately cheered up and asked excitedly. Ha ha ha, you old boy. Sun Jiuo laughed on the other end of the phone, but did not answer. Liu Yangnian was very anxious and said, you should tell me quickly, why are you still whining like a girl? Ha ha ha. Sun Jiuo laughed for a while, before he stopped and said, what's the rush? He coughed twice, cleared his throat, and then said, you guessed it right, Commander Su has issued an order to send out troops for rescue. It is expected that it will arrive tomorrow, but at this point, Sun Jiuo suddenly fell silent, which made Liu Yangnian anxious again, and said, but what? Can you finish it in one breath? Alas. Sun Jiuo sighed, and said with great pity, but I'm not the one leading the team. Liu Yangnian, Chapter 205 Reinforcement, Part 1. Liu Yangnian was speechless, thinking that something had happened again. He was really going to give the old man a heart attack. After a moment, his anxious mood completely calmed down, and he asked, since you are not leading the team, who will Commander Su let lead the team? Sun Jiuo asked back, do you still remember that little guy Sun Cakesun? I remember, he is your brother. Liu Yangnian replied. Go away. What a mess. He and I were drunk that day, and what I said is nonsense, and does not count. Sun Guolian said. Now it was Liu Yangnian's turn to laugh. His mouth was almost grinning to the back of his head. Sun Jiuo was frustrated, and kept silent for a moment. He immediately changed the subject and said, I tell you, Sun Cakesun is very powerful now. He has been promoted to Deputy Division Commander, and is almost catching up with you and me. Deputy Division Commander? Liu Yangnian's laughter stopped abruptly. He was surprised and said, you and I are almost 50 years old, and we are only division commanders. I remember that Sun Cakesun is only 26 or 27 years old. He is already a deputy division commander. This is a special period. In the past, there were army commanders under 30 during the war. It's not uncommon. This kid is really good at fighting. He has eliminated several groups of level 2 zombies. And I heard that he recently eliminated a quasi level 3 zombie group. Commander Su promoted him to Deputy Division Commander. Sun Jiuo's words were full of admiration. Obviously, he admired this man named Sun Cakesun. Hearing what you said, Sun Cakesun is really good. Since he has experience in eliminating quasi level 3 zombie groups, it is better for Commander Su to let him come. Liu Yangnian also praised. You old man. You can't praise one and step on the other. I'm also good at fighting. Sun Jiuo was immediately unhappy when he heard this, and quickly retorted. Liu Yangnian forgot that the original plan was for Sun Jiuo to lead the rescue team. He laughed awkwardly a few times and said, I didn't mean to step on you. I just said he has experience. Humph. Sun Jiuo snorted unhappily and said, forget it, I won't bother with you. However, you are wrong about one thing. It was not Commander Su who took the initiative to arrange Sun Cakesun for the rescue. He petitioned to go. Hearing this, Liu Yangnian was very surprised. It turned out that it was Sun Cakesun who petitioned. He could not guess it anyway. He couldn't help but ask curiously, why, how, would I know? Sun Jiuo said. Liu Yangnian thought hard and couldn't think of any friendship between him and Sun Cakesun. The biggest intersection was that he was transferred to his subordinates once, but it was only a few months before he was transferred back to the major military region. During this period, the biggest pretense was that Sun Cakesun called him the chief. Okay, I've informed you of the matter. You have to prepare yourself. By the way, although I'm not the leader, you still have to treat me to a drink. Sun Jiuo said. Don't worry, it's just a drink. I won't forget you. Liu Yangnian heard Sun Jiuo's words, came back to his senses, and immediately replied. Since he couldn't think of it, he didn't have to think about it. As long as there were reinforcement, who cares who led the team? Okay, we'll see you later. See you later. Liu Yang said, hung up the phone. The military region sent troops to rescue, and they will arrive tomorrow, which is really great. This made his face full of joy, and also made him feel relieved. The next day, early morning, one shelter city. The ground trembled, the gravel on the ground jumped, and the dew on the leaves of the flowers and plants on the roadside slid back and forth under the vibration. But the black tires rolled over the gravel, and the wind caused the flowers and plants to tilt, and the dew on the leaves slid to the ground. This is a military green off-road vehicle, heading towards the north of the city. There are empty streets and no one can be seen. There is no need to worry about hitting anyone, so the car can be driven very fast. After driving for a few minutes, the speed of the car gradually slowed down, and it stopped steadily a few meters. After passing through the North City gate, the car door was pushed open from the inside, and two people got out of the back seat, a man and a woman. The man was handsome, but a little unshaven. The woman was gorgeous and very beautiful. It was Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin. The red morning sun had risen from the east, and the warm sunlight shone on the two. As far as the eye could see, thousands of Kingdom Army soldiers were arranged in a square formation. The formation was very neat, and it was obvious that they were professional troops. Click, the door of the off-road vehicle was pushed open. Zhao Chuan got out of the car, looked at the square formation, and finally his eyes fell on Luo Ren, saying, "The team has been assembled. We will set off immediately." Luo Ren turned his head to look at him, nodded slightly, and said, "Okay." Then he looked back at the number 1 sanctuary city and asked, "Don't you want this city, Zhao?" Chuan and Liu Liangxin also looked at the city behind them. Zhao Chuan's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he felt in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The city is a dead thing, and people are living things. There is no one in the number 1 sanctuary city, and there is no need for us to hold on anymore." Luo Ren patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's go." As Zhao Chuan said, the city is a dead thing, and people are living things. In this world, being alive is one of the most important things. Stay wherever it is safe. You can have homesickness, but it cannot be put into practice. Everyone should look at Liu Chan and be happy, and forget about Shu. Zhao Chuan turned around, looked at the thousands of Kingdom Army soldiers, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "Let's go." At the command, the formation of the Kingdom Army soldiers immediately moved, turned back in unison, and then marched towards the Wasteland Military District. Unlike the guards, the Kingdom Army was not fully motorized, not because there were not enough vehicles, but because there was not enough fuel. Luo Ren, Zhao Chuan, and Liu Liangxin boarded the off-road vehicle, started the vehicle, and followed at the end of the team. Wasteland Military District. Gunfire sounded from time to time, and extinguished from time to time. Many Kingdom Army soldiers held their guns and were alert. There were many zombies densely packed in front of them. These zombies were very strange. After entering the shooting range, they attracted a wave of shooting, and then immediately withdrew from the shooting range. Commander, behind the defense line. Various officers were commanding the battle. At this time, these people suddenly stood at attention and saluted. It was Liu Yang who went to the front line to cheer them up. Facing these officers' greetings, Liu Yang also returned the military salute. Accompanied by everyone, he stepped forward and saw the zombies outside the city. His expression did not change. He said calmly, "Everyone hold on. The reinforcement from the large military district will arrive soon. Please rest assured, Commander, the people are in the military district." Everyone replied in unison. Seeing the high morale of the crowd, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. He looked beyond the zombies and into the distance, expecting the arrival of reinforcement. When the time comes, all the zombies will be wiped out. The officers also followed his gaze, looking beyond the zombies and into the distance. The red sunrise radiated the light of hope. In a trance, 3 helicopters flew over against the background of the sunrise. I thought it was an illusion, but when I heard the roar of the huge engine, Liu Yang was immediately excited. Not only him, but everyone was excited. Chapter 206 Reinforcement, Part 2. The 3 helicopters were moving very fast. In less than a minute, they went from 3 small black dots to clearly visible. The noise generated by the helicopters was very loud, which attracted the zombies below as expected. The zombies bared their teeth and claws at the helicopters, and the evolved zombies roared, but these actions had no effect. At the same time, the 3 helicopters suddenly opened fire, and the traces of bullets were visible to the naked eye, covering the zombies below. The machine guns carried by the armed helicopters were more powerful than heavy machine guns. They could be said to be small shells. Ordinary zombies were directly exploded when hit. When the level 1 strength zombies were hit, fat splashed everywhere, and a big hole was blown open. When the quasi level 2 strength zombies were hit, they were directly penetrated, leaving a fist-sized gun hole. As for the fate of the level 2 strength zombies, it is not known yet, because no level 2 strength zombies or level 2 speed zombies have been seen on the battlefield. It's a Z-10 armed helicopter. The reinforcement from the large military region have arrived. Speaking of the devil has arrived. Just now, Liu Yangnian said that the reinforcement from the large military region would arrive soon, and they arrived in the next second. Looking at the 3 Z-10s, the people from the wasteland military region danced with excitement, and Liu Yangnian's face was also full of excitement. Restraining his excitement, Liu Yangnian shouted, "We can't relax now. Although the reinforcement have arrived, the threat of zombies still exists. We should guard the military region until the zombies are completely eliminated." Yes. Whether it was the soldiers or the officers, they all responded in unison. They had sharp eyes and looked straight ahead. Any zombie that entered the shooting range would be shot and killed without asking any questions. Raw. Under the attack of the armed helicopter, the zombies on the battlefield suffered heavy losses in just a few minutes, which shows the powerful power of this aerial tank. At the same time, such casualties also aroused the anger of the dark zombies. The sharp and piercing roars went straight into the sky, even covering the roar of the helicopter engine. Swish, swish, swish. Under the gaze of the people in the wasteland military district, boulders and logs were thrown high and hit the 3 armed helicopters in the air. However, it was obviously a pipe dream to want to shoot down the Z-10 armed helicopter with such a crude method. Facing the boulders and logs thrown, the 3 helicopters responded at the same time and rose directly to a height of 100 meters. The seemingly powerful boulders and logs fell into the air, and at the same time, they also exposed the hiding place of the dark zombies. Don't be lazy, don't be slow. One of the 3 armed helicopters stopped shooting at the zombies below. Only the sound of the machine was heard, and the air-to-ground missile launcher stretched out from both sides of the fuselage. Swoosh. The pilot pressed the launch button, and 2 air-to-ground missiles with white tails were fired towards the hiding place of the zombies in the dark. Boom! Exclamation mark. The explosion was deafening, and 2 small mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The shock wave radiated visibly, and stones and broken wood were directly blown away for dozens of meters. Whoosh. Then 2 more air-to-ground missiles with white tails hit that position, and a small mushroom cloud rose again. After the 4 missile bombings, the Z-10 armed helicopter switched to machine gun firing, raw, sharp, and piercing, like the roar of evil spirits from the 18th level of hell. A figure rushed out of the fire and smoke at a very fast speed, with a clear purpose: to escape. This extremely fast speed exceeded the speed of the level 2 zombie. Liu Yangnian saw it in his eyes, and the people on the helicopter also saw it, and immediately determined that this was the quasi level 3 zombie of this zombie group. Watching it run away, the Z-10 chased it at high speed. How could it be allowed to escape alive when it was so dangerous? The roar of the quasi level 3 zombie 1 second before it escaped was actually a retreat signal. The zombies retreated immediately after hearing it, and the remaining 2 Z-10 armed helicopters also started the pursuit and annihilation mode. This scene made everyone in the wasteland military district very excited. Liu Yangnian couldn't help but sighed. When the war is over, I must ask the big military district for a few Z-10s. The marching team composed of more than 4,000 Kingdom Army soldiers has tried to shorten the length of the team, but it is still dozens of meters long and a huge target. Luo Ren, Zhao Chuan, and Liu Liangxin followed at the end of the team in a vehicle. Luo Ren looked out the window and admired the scenery along the waypoint rumble. Suddenly, a huge roar came from the sky. He looked up and was shocked. He opened the door and got out of the car. In his sight, 3 helicopters flew by in the sky at a very fast speed. They passed their team in just a few seconds and disappeared at the end of the sky. Am I seeing it wrong? That's a helicopter? Luo Ren said in surprise. Yes, it's a helicopter. Xia Chuan opened the door and got out of the car. He stood side by side with Luo Ren and said excitedly, and that's a Z-10 armed helicopter. Armed helicopter? Luo Ren was even more surprised. He looked at Xia Chuan suddenly and saw that his face was full of excitement. Because he was too excited, his body was shaking. Seeing Luo Ren's puzzled and surprised look, Xia Chuan swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. This was caused by being too excited. Z-10 is the main combat armed helicopter equipped by the National Army. These 3 Z-10s are flying in the direction of the wasteland military area. It seems that they are reinforcement from the upper peak. Liu Liangxin got out of the car. She was also very excited, but not as excited as Xia Chuan to the point of being speechless. It turned out to be reinforcement. It seems that the National Army has not collapsed and has retained a strong force. Luo Ren looked at the place where the 3 Z-10s disappeared and thought to himself. After a moment, he came back to his senses and saw the excited Xia Chuan and smiled. Brother Xia Chuan, the National Army's reinforcement have arrived. We can't fall behind. Let's catch up. Okay. Xia Chuan calmed down some of his excitement. He nodded heavily after hearing Luo Ren's words and immediately ordered to set off. 2 feet must not be able to match the flying speed of the helicopter. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, there was no shadow of the helicopter. In the car, Luo Ren asked, Brother Xia Chuan, is now how far is it from the wasteland military district? Xia Chuan thought for a while and said, it should be about 10 kilometers away. More than 10 kilometers. The 3 armed helicopters are probably already in the wasteland military district. Luo Ren said. Yeah. Xia Chuan slightly and agreed. With the speed of the Z-10, it should have arrived earlier. Boom boom. Suddenly, the roar sounded again, and the 3 people in the car were startled. Then they pushed the door and got out of the car at the same time. When they heard the sound, they saw a small dot on the horizon, which gradually enlarged. As an evolver, Luo Ren had excellent eyesight and saw clearly that the small dot was a Z-10 armed helicopter. Why is it back again? The 3 were very surprised. It had only been more than 10 minutes, and the Z-10 turned back. They really didn't know why. Suddenly, the Z-10 fired at the ground. The trajectory of the bullet was visible to the naked eye, and it hit the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. What's going on? Luo Shan, Xia Chuan, and Liu Liangxin were all stunned. They didn't know why the Z-10 fired. Did it think they were zombies? But this was impossible. At this time, the 2 sides were still far apart, and the Z-10 couldn't hit them at all. Luo Ren looked at the trajectory of the ballistic missile, thinking hard, and analyzed. It seems to be chasing some enemy. Chapter 207 Sun Cake Zone, Part 1. Chasing the enemy. Hearing this, Xia Chuan and Liu Liangxin turned to look at Luo Ren. Whoosh. Luo Ren jumped onto the roof of the off-road vehicle. He looked beyond the team in front and saw the place where the Z-10 gunship bullets were scattered. The dust was flying there. A figure kept breaking through the dust, dodging left and right at an extremely fast speed. What's going on, Brother Ren? What is the Z-10 chasing? Liu Liangxin asked hurriedly. Luo Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at it for a few seconds, chuckled, and said, it's a quasi-level 3 speed zombie. Really? Xia Chuan was very surprised when he heard this. He immediately jumped on the roof of the car and looked at the area covered by Z-10 bullets. After seeing that it was indeed a zombie with a quasi-level 3 speed, he smiled so much that he almost danced. The Z-10 armed helicopter belongs to the military, and now this Z-10 is chasing quasi-level 3 zombies, which most likely means that the zombie crisis in the wasteland military region has been basically resolved. Luo Ren was very shocked. Only 3 armed helicopters, in just 20 minutes, wiped out a group of quasi-level 3 zombies. An armed helicopter. Luo Ren clenched his fists, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, I wonder if the level 4 base will unlock the Air Force. Not good. Xia Chuan, who was beaming with joy, suddenly stopped smiling and shouted anxiously, the nearly level 3 zombies are coming towards us. Luo Ren looked around and saw that the Z-10 armed helicopter quickly zoomed in, and the zombies it was chasing at quasi level 3 speed were also rushing towards this direction. His thoughts turned. He could deal with the nearly level 3 zombies, but the Z-10's cannon was difficult to parry. If the Z-10 fired regardless of the life and death of the people here, most of the Royal Army soldiers present would be killed. Forward. Troops, please shoot to stop the level 3 zombies. Forward. Troops, please shoot to stop the level 3 zombies. At this moment, the loudspeaker of the Z-10 armed helicopter shouted, and at the same time it stopped strafing. It was obvious that it had discovered the troops here and was unwilling to kill or injure the people here. This surprised Luo Ren. As long as the Z-10 cannon did not fire, he could directly destroy the level 3 zombies. Making an OK gesture towards the sky, Luo Ren jumped out without saying a word. His speed was so fast that wherever he passed, the soldiers of the Royal Army could only feel a breeze blowing by. When the quasi level 3 speed zombie saw the troops in front, its pupils were filled with ferocious light, and its forelimbs stretched out sharp claws, ready to kill. Aha! Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the front troops, and the quasi level 3 speed zombie, who was about to go on a killing spree, was shocked. It could see that the black shadow was a human being, and it was so fast that it was even faster than it. Sensing the danger, it braked suddenly, then turned around and fled in the other direction. Unfortunately, the human it saw was a level 3 evolver, much faster than it was. Seeing it running away, its speed suddenly increased, and a person passed it by, blocking its waypoint due to the effect of inertia. It had no time to turn around, so it raised its claws and stabbed the man in front of it in the face. The sharp claws dilated in Luo Ren's pupils, but he was not anxious at all. He raised the corner of his mouth and moved slightly, easily dodging the sharp claws. Then, he bent the 5 fingers of his right hand into claws and let out a soft drink. Suddenly grabbed it. The 5 fingers rubbed the air, making a crackling explosion sound. Although there were no long and sharp nails, the power was not weak at all. Poof. Dark red mixed with milky white shot out from the back of the head of the quasi level 3 zombie. The claws of the quasi level 3 zombie dropped, and the whole body went limp in an instant. Sigh. Luo Ren took out his right hand. At this time, his hand turned into a fist, stained with a lot of dark red and tofu white. He put his hand in front of him and slowly opened his palm, revealing a bright green quasi level 3 evolution crystal lying quietly in the palm of your hand. Wiped it clean and put it in his pocket. Rumble. The Z-10 armed helicopter hovered tens of meters above Luo Ren. Under the strong air current, the weeds on the ground were blown into waves. Several wildflowers could not withstand the impact of the air current, and withered early before autumn. Luo Ren looked up at the Z-10 above, his expression calm and his eyes unperturbed. The Z-10 hovered like this for more than 10 seconds, then suddenly climbed up and headed towards the wasteland military region. Luo Ren withdrew his gaze and quickly returned to the army. Zia Chuan was shocked when he saw the scene where he had just killed a near level 3 zombie. He heard from Liu Song and others that Luo Ren's individual strength was very strong. He didn't expect it to be so strong. One move directly penetrated the head of a near level 3 speed zombie. It was simply Superman. When Luo Ren returned, he also came to his senses and said in admiration, "Sir Luo Ren, you are so awesome." Luo Ren chuckled and said, "Thank you." After a pause, he continued, "The quasi level 3 zombies are dead. I think the crisis in the wasteland military region has been resolved. We don't need to rush there in a hurry. We can go slower." "That's right. Let's walk slower to save our brother's energy." Zia Chuan agreed with Luo Ren. "Then, let's set off now." Luo Ren nodded slightly in agreement. After Zia Chuan's order, this elite force of thousands of people set off again, targeting the wasteland military region. Along the way, we encountered many zombies, but they were all ordinary zombies and a small number of level 1 zombies. They could be easily dealt with without Luo Ren, Zia Chuan, and Liu Liangxin taking action. After marching like this for several hours, the team suddenly stopped. A soldier ran from the front, saluted Zia Chuan in the car, and then said, "Report to the deputy commander that the military area has been reached." The soldiers in front intercepted it and asked the deputy commander to go to negotiate. "Okay." Zhao Juan responded, then looked at Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin in the backseat and asked, Liangxin, Chief Luo Ren, are you waiting here, or are you going to negotiate with me? Liu Liangxin looked at Luo Ren, obviously saying, you decide. Then let's go together. Luo Ren said, lead the way. The three of them pushed the door and got out of the car. Zhao Juan said to the soldier. Then, under the leadership of the soldier, they came to the front of the team. At this time, two people wearing officer uniforms were waiting. When the two men saw Zhao Juan, their faces were suddenly filled with smiles. They came forward to greet him, saluted and said, Deputy Commander Zhao, Haoji, Li Borang. Zhao Juan saluted, read out their names, and then exchanged pleasantries. Haoji, that's a good name. Luo Ren secretly complained, then looked past the three people talking to him, and saw the front of the wasteland military zone. The ground was filled with the broken limbs of zombies. At this time, there were many soldiers cleaning up. This scene should have been caused by 3 Z-10 armed helicopters. It's awesome. After secretly admiring, Luo Ren turned his attention back to Zhao Juan and the others, and listened to their conversation at the same time. You mean those 3 Z-10s were reinforcement sent from Shangfeng? It seems that my guess was correct. Zhao Juan crossed his arms, nodded, and then asked, where are the commander and the others now? The commander is hosting a banquet in the reception hall to welcome the brothers from the military region. The officer named Haoji replied. In this case, I will go see the commander after the banquet is over. After Zhao Juan finished speaking, he looked at Haoji and Li Borang with expressions of agreement, but did not answer. In this way, after waiting for a while, the two people still did not speak, but looked at him eagerly, waiting for him to speak. This made him helpless. He pointed to the team behind him and asked, Captain Hao, Commander Li, can these brothers and I enter the military area? After hearing this, Haoji and Li Borang reacted and said apologetically, of course, Deputy Commander Zhao please. Zhao Juan rolled his eyes at the two men, and then gave an order for thousands of troops to enter the wasteland military area. After entering the military area, he ordered the others to go back to rest, and then brought Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin to the reception room point after tea and snacks were served. Zhao Juan said gratefully to Luo Ren, although we are a step late, we are still grateful to Chief Luo Ren for his generous action. He raised a cup of tea and said, I lines give you a drink with tea instead of wine. After that, he drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. Luo Ren also responded politely, picked up the teacup, and drank all the tea in the cup. When the glass was empty, not a drop was left. Luo Ren asked, I'm a little curious, how did Commander Liu contact the outside forces when all communications were interrupted? Zhao Juan laughed and replied, actually, not all communications have been interrupted. At least there are still satellites available. The commander is the one who contacted Shangfeng through the satellite phone. Oh. Luo Ren asked in surprise, then when you go out to fight, why don't you carry a satellite phone, so that you can contact the military region at any time point, rather than using manual delivery methods? Wouldn't this mean leaving advanced equipment unused, and asking for trouble? We won't ask for trouble. The main reason why we don't bring a satellite phone is because each military division has only one satellite phone. Zhao Juan explained with a smile. Only one satellite phone. Luo Ren was surprised again. With the financial resources of the military, the price of a satellite phone should not be high. How come each military division is only equipped with one? It is really strange. Satellite phones sound great, and they do have many advantages, but there is one shortcoming. This shortcoming may not be a big deal to ordinary people, but for the military, it is very serious. That is, call information is easily intercepted. If it is wartime and our information is intercepted and decrypted by the enemy, it may affect the war situation. Therefore, our military adheres to the principle of not using satellite phones unless necessary. Therefore, each military district is equipped with only one satellite phone, and it is still in the hands of the commander of the military district. Even for large military districts, satellite phones are only equipped at the division level or above. After listening to Zhao Juan's explanation, Luo Ren suddenly realized that this was the case and said, although information is easy to intercept, it is aimed at enemies with the same technological strength. In today's environment, the common enemy of all mankind is zombies. This satellite phone, it's quite a good thing. Having said this, Luo Ren blinked and said, "Brother Ziachuan, now that reinforcement from your military region are here, can you get me some satellite phones?" Chapter 208 Sun Cake Sun, Part 2. Forehead. Ziachuan showed a troubled expression, but still said, "I will ask you later." "Read okay." Luo Ren smiled and nodded. The three of them were communicating like this, and time was passing by like this. Before they knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Point click, someone pushed open the door and entered, immediately attracting the attention of the three of them, and the three of them saw Liu Yangnian walking in. When Liu Yangnian saw Luo Ren, he laughed and said, "Sir Luo, long time no see." Luo Ren immediately stood up, went up to him, shook hands with Liu Yangnian, and said with a smile, "Commander Liu, long time no see. Oh, the reinforcement from the top have arrived and solved the zombie crisis. I was just busy hosting a banquet to cleanse them of the dust. I have been busy until now. I just came here. I hope Commander Luo doesn't mind." Liu Yangnian looked apologetic, said, "It doesn't matter." Luo Ren smiled. "Sit." Liu Yangnian gestured and watched Luo Ren sit down. At this time, Liu Liangxin had also stood up, came to him, and whispered, "Dad." Liu Liangxin's eyes dodged, not daring to look directly at Liu Yangnian. Liu Yangnian looked at his daughter carefully for a long time, hesitated, and finally said, "She's fat." Then he pressed his hand down and said, "Sit down." After saying that, he moved to where Ziachuan was sitting just now and sat down. With a smile on his face, he looked at Luo Ren and said seriously, "Due to the special nature of my position, I have to stay in the army all year round, and I have very little care for Lianxin. Now, she has grown up and has her own ideas. As a father, I respect her ideas and decisions." Luo Ren understood the meaning of the words, nodded solemnly and said, "Don't you worry, Lianxin will never be wronged by me, yes." Liu Yangnian nodded with satisfaction and said, "With your words, I feel relieved." At this time, Liu Liangxin's eyes were also red, with tears swelling in them. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Liu Yangnian called out, "Come in." A person came in through the door. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and had an angular face. When he saw Liu Liangxin for the first time, his face was filled with surprise. On the other hand, Liu Liangxin was very surprised to see the person coming, and Ziachuan was also very surprised to see the person coming. He couldn't help but look deeply at Liu Liangxin and Luo Ren, with deep meaning in his eyes. "Ziao-san, why are you here?" Liu Yangnian was also a little surprised by the visitor, and couldn't help but ask. His eyes were always attracted by Liu Liangxin. It was not until he heard Liu Yangnian's question that the man came back to his senses. He said with a smile, "I heard that Chief Luo Ren from the base has arrived, so I came here to get to know him." As he spoke, he looked at Luo Ren with a flash of light in his eyes. He took a few steps forward and came to Luo Ren, saying, "This must be Chief Luo Ren." He stretched out his right hand and said, "Hello, I'm Sun Cake Sun, Deputy Division Commander of the Jiangnan Military Region." Liu Yangnian hurried forward and introduced, "Sir Luo, this is the Commander-in-Chief of this reinforcement, Deputy Commander Sun Cake Sun." Luo Ren raised his eyes and saw the face looking down at him with arrogant eyes. He froze for a moment, stood up, stretched out his hand to shake it, and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Luo Ren." As soon as the word Ren came out, Luo Ren felt the opponent's palm suddenly increase in strength. At this time, he should have reached the level of an intermediate level 2 evolver, which was nothing to him. Seeing that Luo Ren's expression remained unchanged, Sun Cake Sun increased his efforts again, gradually raising his level from an intermediate level 2 evolver to a peak level 2 evolver. However, Luo Ren still looked relaxed, and his expression did not change at all. It seems that he really killed a nearly level 3 speed zombie, and the evolutionary crystal also fell into his hands. Sun Cake Sun's expression remained unchanged, but he was thinking in his heart, "Deputy Commander Sun, I'm not interested in men. Luo Ren said. Sun Cakesun's expression condensed, and he quickly let go and said, I'm not interested in men either, but I'm interested in you, Chief Luo Ren. Oh. Luo Ren asked in surprise, I wonder what aspect of me interests Deputy Master Sun. My subordinate said that you killed the quasi level 3 speed zombie we were chasing with your bare hands. Although the zombie has been seriously injured by our missiles, it may require extremely strong strength to kill it. Also, I heard that you established a survivor sanctuary called base, with a team that is well equipped, and not weaker than the military, and there are more than 300,000 survivors in the sanctuary. These are all really? Sun Cakesun's eyes were bright, and he seemed to be asking, but in fact he was questioning. Luo Ren showed no fear, his gaze directly collided with his gaze without dodge, and he said calmly, yes, these are all true. Okay, very good. Sun Cakesun continued, first of all, on behalf of the military in the country, I would like to express my gratitude to you for protecting so many surviving citizens. Country will not forget such merits. Stop. Luo Ren directly interrupted Sun Cakesun and said, just tell us your purpose. Sun Cakesun was stunned for a moment, then showed a half-smiling expression and said, okay, since you like to be direct, I'll tell you the truth. Your troops will be integrated into the National Army, and the base will be taken over by the National Army. In this way, the country will no longer pursue your private armed forces, but will also evaluate your abilities, and give you a corresponding position in the army. As soon as these words came out, Liu Yangnian, Liu Liangxin, and Xia Chuan were all shocked. They didn't expect that Sun Cakesun came to say this to Luo Ren. They couldn't help but look at Luo Ren, and saw that his expression was indifferent and his expression was expressionless. There was no change at all, and there was no fluctuation in those black eyes. What? If I don't want to? Luo Ren also did not expect that he originally wanted to get closer to the military through several rescues of the Wasteland military region. Now it seems that instead of getting closer, the other party wants to annex Chiang City. This kind of thing, there is absolutely no way he would agree. Sun Cakesun's eyes flickered, his hands were clasped behind his back, and he said indifferently, if you don't want to, then we can only use coercive means. These words were even more shocking. Liu Yangnian, Liu Liangxin, and Xia Chuan all held their breaths, and stared at Luo Ren closely, waiting for him answer. Ha ha ha. Luo Ren suddenly laughed, and then stopped abruptly after more than 10 seconds. He stared into Sun Cakesun's eyes, and said word by word, coercive means? Is this really the country's decision, or is it your decision alone? Sun Cakesun was speechless, and didn't know how to answer, because the previous paragraph was indeed true, but the coercive method was his own, and he could not make decisions on behalf of the country. After a long silence, and no reply from Sun Cakesun, Luo Ren secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the country really decided to use coercive measures, he would be a little scared. After all, it is an army of one country. However, Sun Cakesun's reaction made it clear. The country does not intend to use force, then he is not afraid. But these words still made him feel very uncomfortable. A smile appeared on his calm face. This smile was not from the bottom of his heart, but a tangible and unintentional fake smile. He passed Sun Cakesun, stopped, and said, now that the zombies have been dealt with, then I'll take my leave. After that, he walked towards the door. As soon as he reached the door, he turned back and looked at Liu Liangxin. Liu Liangxin felt the gaze, glanced at her father, and then walked towards Luo Ren. She showed her choice with actions. It was nothing for Luo Ren to leave alone, but when Liu Liangxin stepped forward to follow him, Sun Cakesun became angry immediately, stepped in front of Liu Liangxin, and said sincerely, Liangxin, I took the initiative to petition this time, for it's all you. Can you just leave like this? Luo Ren was a little surprised and asked Liu Liangxin, what's going on? Liu Liangxin felt Luo Ren's gaze, and immediately said to Sun Cakesun, how many times have I told you before that I don't like you? After saying that, he walked past Sun Cakesun to Luo Ren and said, brother Ren, let's go. Good guy, there is still something like this. Luo Ren was not angry, but instead brought out his little gossip, glanced at Sun Cakesun, and then looked away. Well, let's go. Stop. Just as the two were about to step out the door, Sun Cakesun's voice sounded again behind them. This time, his voice was a little more suppressed and angry than before. Luo Ren stopped and turned around, looked at Sun Cakesun calmly, and said, "What else does Deputy Master Sun have to do?" Sun Cakesun closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, then opened his eyes and said, "People can leave, but the evolution crystal stays." Evolution crystal? What evolution crystal? Luo Ren asked. Although the names are different, he can still infer that the evolutionary crystal is the evolutionary crystal. The reason why he answered like this is purely because he knew what he was asking. With his exaggerated acting skills, anyone could tell that Luo Ren was knowingly asking questions, and Sun Cakesun was no exception. He clenched his fists slightly and controlled his desire to take action. I don't know why. He used to be a very easygoing person and didn't get angry often, but now, after having strong strength and power, he is always angry easily. Sometimes when his subordinates make a small mistake, he will get angry and hit people. This led to him being criticized many times by high-level leaders, and this Luo Ren dared to attack him like this. If Liu Liangxin and Liu Yangnian were not present, and if his strength was not bad, he would have trampled this ignorant guy under his feet and rubbed his face against the ground. He endured it and said in a deep voice, "It's the evolution crystal you got from killing the nearly level 3 zombies." "Oh, you mean this?" Luo Ren pretended to be suddenly enlightened, took out the quasi level 3 evolutionary crystal from his pocket, waved it in front of Sun Cakesun's eyes for a while, and then put it back in his pocket without any intention of handing it over. He said, "My rules. Whoever kills the zombies gets the evolution crystal, HMPH. Sun Cakesun snorted, his eyes were a bit cold, and he said in a clear voice, "If you were not seriously injured by my missile, you could kill a level 3 speed zombie. I have exhausted my patience. I advise you, don't push yourself too far and touch my bottom line. If there is any matter, let's sit down and talk about it. There is no need to be so tit for tat." Sun Cakesun's words already contained a threatening tone. Liu Yangnian was shocked when he heard this, and he quickly stepped forward to stand between the two of them to make peace. "I said, you can leave, but the evolution crystal stays." Sun Cakesun refused to give in, looking past Liu Yangnian and back to Luo Ren. Luo Ren was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and said, "What if I have to leave?" Chapter 209 Humiliation, Part 1. What if I have to leave? These words continued to echo in the room. Zhaochuan was shocked after hearing this. He looked at Sun Cakesun and saw that his face had darkened, and his eyes also contained endless rage. His hands were clenched tightly, and his bones were the gap moves and makes a click sound. Looking at Luo Ren again, his expression was as usual, and there was a bit of arrogance in his eyes that refused to admit defeat. In his impression, although Luo Ren can be a bit arrogant at times, he is generally a relatively easygoing person, and has never shown arrogance in front of others, even his subordinates or ordinary people. Now it seems that Luo Ren is not without arrogance, nor is he an easygoing person, but he has no arrogance, but he has pride. Luo Ren looked calm and showed no fear. He took Liu Liangxin's hand and pulled her back, making her hide behind him, and looked directly into Sun Cakesun's eyes. Wherever their eyes touched, there seemed to be electric sparks flash. Sun Cakesun took a step forward. He deliberately exerted force on this step. The sole of his foot fell to the ground like a boulder of hundreds of kilograms falling, making a huge sound. The floor under his feet was full of cracks and the ground trembled. No, not just the ground, but the whole building. It was shocked, and the huge sound continued to echo inside the building. Other staff working in the building were immediately shocked. They hurriedly ran to the ground floor with their heads in their hands, rushed out of the building, and onto the empty road. Looking around, the building did not shake, other buildings around it did not move, and the ground under their feet did not tremble. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that this earthquake was like a shower, or a tremor? Boom. There was another loud noise, and those with sharp eyes saw the building trembling slightly, but it stopped for a moment. Everyone looked at each other. This was not only a tremor, but also a tremor in local area's reception room. Sun Cakesun took a step forward, and Luo Ren did not show any weakness. He also took a step forward and put more force when his feet landed. He couldn't lose in terms of momentum. The needle pointed at Mei Mang. Neither of them had any intention of giving in. The atmosphere at this time was extremely tense. Stop. Just when the battle was about to break out, Liu Yangnian shouted loudly. He glanced at Liu Liangxin, who was behind Luo Ren, his eyes solemn, and then turned to face Sun Cakesun and said in a deep voice, "Deputy Commander Sun, you are a little too disrespectful to me. Save face." Sun Cakesun was stunned for a moment and looked at Liu Yangnian in confusion. Why did he turn his elbows outward? He wanted the evolution crystal back to enhance the military strength. After all, as Sun Cakesun becomes stronger, the military becomes stronger as well. Then he thought of Liu Liangxin, suddenly realized, and said secretly, "This old guy is helping his future son-in-law." This made his teeth itch and he clenched his fists tighter. He said angrily, "Commander Liu, you are from the military. I am a member of the military, and as a member of the military, I should be more reasonable. You just said that the quasi level 3 zombie was killed by Luo Ren, so the evolutionary crystals obtained will naturally belong to Luo Ren. There is nothing to say if Liu Yangnian did not choose to back down because of Sun Cakesun's anger. Okay, but Sun Cakesun was breathing heavily and was very angry. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He pointed at Luo Ren and said, "I want to challenge you to a duel. Whoever wins will get the evolutionary crystal." He glanced at Liu Liangxin again and then said, "Also, whoever loses will never be able to get close to Liangxin in the future." Finally, he said word by word, "Do you dare?" In his mind, the reason why Luo Ren was able to kill the quasi level 3 speed zombies was because the quasi level 3 speed zombies had been injured by the Z-10's air-to-ground missiles. Therefore, it could only be regarded as a miss and could not prove the strength exceeds that of a quasi level 3 speed zombie. As for the temptation just now, although Luo Ren didn't change his expression, in fact, in his opinion, he was gritting his teeth and persisting. In a word, he was just pretending. Therefore, Sun Cakesun unilaterally believed that Luo Ren's true strength was definitely inferior to his own. As long as he agreed to challenge him to a duel, he could give him a severe lesson in front of Liu Liangxin. She even asked him to kneel down for her and kiss her toes. This scene was very beautiful just thinking about it. Single fight. Luo Ren didn't know Sun Cakesun's true thoughts, but he thought it was ridiculous that he said he wanted to single fight. This is not a martial arts TV series or the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. If you can fight in a group, why choose a single fight? It's really stupid. Extremely point. However, in the current environment, a one-on-one battle seems to be more favorable for him. The opponent's 3 armed helicopters are quite intimidating. He does not have wings on his back, so facing the 3 Z-10 armed helicopters, he has no choice but to escape share. Of course, it's not all about escaping. You can also choose the consumption strategy, which is to use up the fuel of the 3 planes and force them to land. Unfortunately, this trick can only be used against really stupid people, because when the fuel is almost low and the enemy has not been eliminated, anyone with a brain will choose to retreat, replenish fuel, and then make new plans. Also, he is very concerned about the military forces behind Sun Cakesun. This is a top priority. Now he does not want to, or does not have enough strength to be an enemy of the military, so he can only seek peace. This status quo will last at least until the base is upgraded to level 4, because according to the weapon unlocking process, it is very likely that the level 4 base will unlock anti-air weapons or air weapons by then. With anti-aircraft weapons, he doesn't need to worry about ammunition. So he can make Xiang City impregnable. Not to mention airplanes. Even a sparrow will be destroyed. Why don't you speak? Are you scared? Sun Cakesun saw that Luo Ren didn't answer for a long time, so he provoked him, trying to use provocation to force Luo Ren to accept his challenge. Luo Ren sneered and said, "Okay, let's have a one-on-one duel." Sun Cakesun's mouth corner raised an arc, thinking that the provocation worked, and couldn't help but secretly mocked. Such a poor mind. Little did he knew that Luo Ren secretly calculated, weighed the pros and cons, and was absolutely sure to beat Sun Cakesun, so he chose to agree. Liu Liangxin didn't react much when she heard Luo Ren agreed, because she believed in Luo Ren's strength. Xia Chuan's expression was a little strange. He heard from Liu Song that Luo Ren killed a level 2 speed zombie and a quasi level 3 speed zombie in succession, and could also summon a hawk to help. He was simply a god. Would Sun Cakesuan be Luo Ren's opponent? Liu Yangnian has lived for more than 50 years and has been in the army for more than 30 years. He has seen all kinds of storms and waves. At this time, he saw that the two wanted to solve the problem in a one-on-one duel, and he did not object, and even agreed. Although, because of his daughter, he was more inclined to Luo Ren, but Sun Cakesuan was a military man after all, in the same camp as himself, and his upgrade speed was extremely fast. When he first met, this kid was still a platoon leader. How long has it been since he became a deputy division commander? Although it was a special period, it was also amazing. After all, this guy was only 27 or 28 years old, and he could be said to have a promising future. So, since they have a way to solve it, they can avoid offending him. At most, if Sun Cakesuan wants to kill Luo Ren after he loses, he can go out and save Luo Ren's life. Sun Cakesuan couldn't wait to see Luo Ren kneeling down and kowtow, and hurriedly said to Liu Yangnian, "Commander Liu, please prepare the competition venue." Liu Yangnian slightly and said, "Follow me." Following Liu Yangnian to the training ground, because the zombie crisis had just been resolved, there were no soldiers training on the training ground, and it was very empty. Pointing at the training ground, Liu Yangnian said, "This is it." Luo Ren looked at the training ground and slightly. "This place is good and suitable for beating people." Swish. At the same time, Sun Cakesuan flashed to the center of the training ground, then looked over provocatively, pointed his hand and shouted, "Luo Ren, come and get beaten, be beaten." Luo Ren smiled disdainfully, "I think you deserve it." Swish. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Ren flashed to the center of the training ground, and his speed was no less than Sun Cakesuan. "Boy, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me 300 times, and promise not to get close to Liangxin again, and then hand over your base to me, and I'll let you go." Sun Cakesuan said threateningly. Luo Ren sneered, looked at Sun Cakesuan like a fool, and asked, "Are you still asleep?" "No." Sun Cakesuan replied. "Then why are you still dreaming?" Luo Ren said. "You." Sun Cakesuan was furious on the spot, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He said fiercely, "You are looking for death." As soon as the word die fell, Sun Cakesuan kicked the ground with his feet. The next second, like a sharp arrow on a full moon bow, he flew out at a very fast speed. His body crushed the air and made a rumbling explosion. Approaching Luo Ren, he clenched his right fist and punched Luo Ren in the face. If he hit with just one punch, he expected that Luo Ren would be bleeding from the head, dizzy, and even killed on the spot. The fist rapidly enlarged in Luo Ren's eyes. He could feel that the power and speed of this punch exceeded that of an ordinary quasi level 3 zombie. Even if a 20 cm concrete wall was placed in front of him, it would be penetrated by this punch. Although he was a level 3 evolver and his defense had greatly improved, he could not stand still and take a beating, not to mention that this guy was going to hit him in the face. The fist was only 30 centimeters away from Luo Ren's face. Sun Cakesuan showed a ferocious smile. At this time, there was no dodge reaction. In his opinion, Luo Ren just couldn't react and stood to take the beating. He didn't intend to kill, so he withdrew a bit of strength, but the speed did not slow down. Just when he was proud, the next second, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a hand blocked his fist. With a muffled bang, the visible shock wave radiated a radius of more than 10 meters with him, and Luo Ren as the center, blowing away the dust on the ground. Sun Cakesuan was shocked. Luo Ren in front of him didn't move at all. He felt like he was hitting a metal wall. The other party was not injured, but his wrist was stinging. He reacted quickly and wanted to pull his hand back, but Luo Ren's hand was like a titanium clamp that tightly clamped his fist. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back. Looking up at Luo Ren's face, he saw him grinning and suddenly let go. The force of pulling back was too strong, and he couldn't pull it back for a while. He staggered back and fell on his back. Too weak. Luo Ren stood where he was. He didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue, but instead came with a wave of ridicule. Physical damage is not as good as mental damage. There is an idiom called shrimp and pig heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Humiliation, Part 2. Hearing the ridicule, Sun Cakesun became even more angry and quickly got up from the ground. He was panting and his eyes were red. In addition to anger, there was also a bit of murderous intent. He just wanted to teach Luo Ren a lesson and let him know that he was not easy to mess with. Then now, he really wanted to kill him. Damn it. With a roar, he rushed out and approached Luo Ren again. He punched with his left hand, but it suddenly stopped halfway. At this time, Luo Ren felt a strong wind coming from the left and an explosion sound caused by the rapid compression of the air. Slightly surprised, I didn't expect this grandson to be able to combine the real and the fake, but in the face of absolute strength, these tricks are useless. He leaned back and easily avoided Sun Cakesun's whip kick, and then kicked with his right foot, and the toe kicked Sun Cakesun's thigh. Luo Ren's kick was not strong. If he kicked with all his strength, Sun Cakesun would definitely split on the spot. However, although the force was not great, the tip of the toe poked the thigh root, and Sun Cakesun was immediately alert, as if he was hit by a point, and the whole right leg was numb and sore. In fact, it was the blood clot where Luo Ren kicked that caused poor blood circulation. He jumped back with one leg to get some distance, but saw Luo Ren was still there, not chasing him. His eyes focused on Luo Ren's face, and he saw his eyes were contemptuous, and a mocking smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Luo Ren shook his head slightly and said again, "You are too weak." It's not that he didn't want to kill Sun Cakesun, but he was worried about the military. After all, Sun Cakesun was a reinforcement from a large military region, and he became a deputy division commander at such a young age. He must be highly valued by the military. If he killed him, he would really offend the military. In addition, he had a special relationship with Liu Liangxin, and Liu Yangnian was Liu Liangxin's father, and also a military man. If he killed Sun Cakesun, Liu Yangnian and Liu Liangxin would be very embarrassed, which was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, not only could he not kill Sun Cakesun, he could not even cripple him. Therefore, Luo Ren could only attack his spirit by mocking him. "You are too weak." This sentence lingered in Sun Cakesun's ears, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger. When his right leg recovered a little, he roared and rushed forward again. Unfortunately, he was still easily repelled by Luo Ren, and Luo Ren did not hurt him hard, nor did he take advantage of the situation to pursue him, and he stayed in the same place without moving forward or retreating a bit. He rushed forward again in anger, and even used a saber as a weapon. In this way, after dozens of rounds, every time, Luo Ren could easily avoid or block his attack, and then fight back, but the force of this fight back was not very strong, which made he is very painful and slightly injured, but it would not cause him serious injury or death. By now, he had seen clearly that Luo Ren's strength was far better than his own, and he had been teasing him and not using his full strength, which made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. He roared to the sky, his voice as loud as a zombie. He suddenly looked at Luo Ren, and all kinds of anger shot out from his eyes like substance, shooting at Luo Ren, wanting to burn Luo Ren with the flames of anger. But when he saw Luo Ren's indifferent expression and calm eyes, he suddenly felt frustrated. He wanted to humiliate Luo Ren through a duel, but he didn't expect to be humiliated. And it was the kind of humiliation that couldn't get back his face with personal force, which made him feel powerless again. Luo Ren saw from the subtle changes in Sun Cakesun's expression on his face that this battle was like a steel needle piercing Sun Cakesun's heart. Perhaps after this, he had a mental breakdown, no longer had the fighting spirit, and spent his life in a daze, and this also achieved his goal. But he miscalculated. The next moment, his eyes suddenly condensed. It was still a subtle change in expression. Sun Cakesun raised his head and saw Luo Ren. His eyes were sharp and full of fighting spirit. His extreme anger contained murderous intent. He raised his head and said proudly, "I lost this time, but next time, you will lose." The word lose was emphasized, and Luo Ren heard the terrifying murderous intent from it. "Fuck, Luo." Ren cursed angrily and jumped out. Sun Cakesun's pupils shrank sharply. This speed was much faster than him. He didn't even have time to dodge, and Luo Ren's slap fell on his face. Snap, the crisp sound echoed in the training ground. Sun Cakesun was slapped to the ground, and his cheeks were visibly swollen, but Luo Ren didn't intend to stop. He kicked him dozens of meters away. After landing, he rubbed the ground and slid for more than 10 meters before stopping. Sun Cakesun, covered in dust and with a red and swollen face, held his stomach and opened his mouth. The severe pain made him unable to make a sound. His saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth to the ground, and he looked very embarrassed. MMP, not only did it not hit his spirit, but it also stimulated his fighting spirit. How could this not be at all what I expected? Damn it. Luo Ren was very annoyed. He originally thought that Sun Cakesun's mental will would be defeated after the rounds of humiliation, but he never expected that this kid's mental will was not defeated, but stimulated his fighting spirit. It was so fucking it. Seems that some things can't be taken for granted. Looking at Sun Cakesun, who was dozens of meters away, Luo Ren sighed and left the training ground. He was willing to lose more than he won, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Beating Sun Cakesun was like an adult beating a child, which surprised Liu Yangnian very much. Seeing Luo Ren withdrawing from the battle, and seeing Sun Cakesun still lying on the ground, his appearance really worried him. If he was dead, disabled, or stupid, Tong Shangfeng would not be able to explain it, and as a military man he must capture Luo Ren and hand him over to Shangfeng. He looked at Luo Ren and pointed at Sun Cakesun. "Sir Luo, this." Seeing Liu Yangnian's worried look, Luo Ren said, "Don't worry, I know the severity. He doesn't have much of a problem." After hearing this, Liu Yangnian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to check on Sun Cakesun's physical condition. "Deputy Commander Sun, are you okay? Does it hurt? If so, I have painkillers." What did you say?" "Don't open your mouth and say nothing." Listening to Liu Yangnian's talk to Sun Cakesun, Luo Ren shrugged helplessly, then looked at Xia Chuan and said, "Brother Xia Chuan, please give me a car. I won't keep any more." Chuan withdrew his eyes from Sun Cakesun and looked at Luo Ren, saying, "This Sun Cakesun is very stubborn. If you humiliate him like this, he will not let it go." Luo Ren was very helpless and said, "I would like to kill him directly to avoid future troubles, but if I do this, will you still let me go? In other words, will your superiors in the military let me go?" Xia Chuan was silent for a long time, sighed, and said, "You are right. If you really kill him or maim him, the military will definitely not let it go. Not killing him is the best choice. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of civilians in your Chiang city, and the country's most important thing is the civilians. Therefore, as long as you are in Chiang city, the military will restrict Sun Cakesun from attacking him. You take revenge point, and if you are not in Chiang city, you only have to worry about Sun Cakesun, not the entire military." Xia Chuan understood it thoroughly and expressed Luo Ren. He smiled and said, "Brother Xia Chuan is a smart man. Okay, let's talk about it later, when we have time. You'd better get me a car, and I'll leave the wasteland military zone now." "Okay, come with me." Xia Chuan nodded, said something, then turned and left. Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin followed immediately, and the three of them came to the parking lot. Xia Chuan picked a better off-road vehicle, handed the key to Luo Ren, and then watched Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin board the off-road vehicle. Standing by the window, he said, "Sir Luo Ren, don't worry. The commander and I will explain the conflict between you and Sun Cakesun to the top, and we will never let other people's words slander you." "Then thank you very much." Luo Ren clasped his fists, then started the vehicle and away. Xia Chuan watched the vehicle go further and further away until it disappeared from sight. He moved his lips and said, "It's really awesome." Infirmary. Sun Cakesun, whose left cheek was highly swollen, was lying on the hospital bed. At this time, he had changed into a white patient uniform. He wanted to sit up, but as soon as he moved, a heartbreaking pain came from his right rib. making him take a sharp breath. Damn it, you humiliated me like this in front of Lions Inn. I will definitely kill you. Sun Cake's eyes were filled with murderous intent, which was very scary. A nurse happened to come over with medicine. When she saw the look in his eyes, she was startled, and the medicine fell to the ground. You go take care of other patients. Liu Yangnian walked out from behind the nurse, picked up the medicine on the ground, and said to the nurse, "Yes, Commander." The nurse responded quickly and left. Liu Yangnian looked at Sun Cake's on the hospital bed and said, "It's not a big deal, just 2 broken ribs." Luo Ren was very measured in his actions. Sun Cake's was silent. He doubted whether Liu Yangnian had betrayed the military, and was still saying good things for Luo Ren at this time. Liu Yangnian sat down next to the hospital bed with a chair, put the medicine in his hand on the bedside table, and said, "This is analgesic. It will make the pain less painful after taking it." He was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed and said seriously, "Zio-san, Luo Ren is very scheming and very powerful. He is suitable to be a friend, not an enemy. HMPH. Sun Cake's snorted, turned away, and said coldly, "How about being very scheming? He is very strong. How strong is he? Can he be stronger than us? Could it be that he has armed helicopters? Although I'm not as powerful as him personally, I have Z-10. He turned around, looked directly at Liu Yangnian with fierce eyes, and said, "No matter how powerful his personal forces, I will bombard him with missiles, to see if he dies." Seeing the look in Sun Cake's eyes, Liu Yangnian knew that the feud had been completely settled, and there was no possibility of resolving it, so persuasion was useless. His expression immediately changed, and his tone was as cold as a machine, and he said, "In this case, I won't persuade you anymore. But you have to remember that this is a personal grudge between you and Luo Ren. Don't let it affect innocent people. I have reported Luo Ren's situation, the situation at the base, and the grudge between you and him today to the military region. The base created by Luo Ren has a population of hundreds of thousands. I hope you will not take revenge on Luo Ren for your own selfish reasons regardless of the life and death of hundreds of thousands of civilians. Otherwise, you will become a sinner of the nation, a sinner of the country, and a sinner of mankind sinner. At that time, the country will never let you go." The last paragraph was so shocking that Sun Cake's broke into cold sweat on his forehead. Before that, he had really thought about retaliating against Luo Ren by any means possible, but now, knowing the seriousness of the consequences, he immediately adjusted his strategy, from using uncompromising means to looking for opportunities to kill Luo Ren. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually disappeared, and Sun Cake's forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, I will take revenge, and will never implicate innocent people. Yeah." Liu Yangnian nodded slightly, stood up, and said in a calmer tone, "Broken ribs are not a big deal. With your physique, you should be able to recover after a few days of rest. I won't say much about other things. You should have a good rest." After that, Liu Yangnian walked out of the infirmary. After Liu Yangnian left, Sun Cake's hidden murderous intent reappeared. Looking at the direction of the door, where Liu Yangnian had just left, he secretly said, "If it weren't for you being Liangxin's father, I wouldn't be so polite to you. What a pity. I can only look for an opportunity to take revenge." Withdrawing his gaze and looking out the window, his eyes were full of unwillingness. It was already afternoon, but the sun was still hanging high in the sky, radiating its heat unscrupulously. A skinny zombie was wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, there was a noise in the distance. The zombie turned his head and saw a military green off-road vehicle speeding at the end of the road. The zombie rushed towards the off-road vehicle with its fangs and claws bared. Bang! It was not easy for an ant to shake a tree. The off-road vehicle directly knocked the zombie out. In the car, Luo Ren drove the car and knocked the zombie away. Some black and red sticky substances splashed on the windshield, which was very disgusting. He turned the wipers and wiped all the dirt on the windshield. Sitting in the passenger seat was Liu Liangxin. From the way she covered her nose, it can be seen that she hated the sticky substance. Luo Ren glanced at her sideways, then quickly withdrew his gaze, and suddenly asked, Lions Inn, when we were in the wasteland military region just now, that Sun Cake-san said he was here for you, and then you said, I have said no to you many times before. I like him, what's going on? Liu Liangxin looked Luo Ren up and down and thought, Brother Ren, why are you suddenly asking these questions? He's not angry. If Sun Cake-san had chased me, he wouldn't have beaten me. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a long time and couldn't say a complete sentence because she was afraid of being beaten. What's wrong? You two had a passionate period, right? Luo Ren was surprised and said speculatively, how is that possible? Liu Liangxin immediately denied it. After hesitating for a while, she said, Sun Cake-san was transferred to the H-City military district for a while, and then he saw me and confessed that he fell in love with me at first sight. Did you promise him? Luo Ren asked. I didn't even know him, and he said he fell in love with me at first sight. I called him crazy and left. Liu Liangxin recalled what happened at that time with a helpless look on her face, saying, later, he came to me whenever he had time and pestered me like a pervert. Fortunately, he was transferred away within a few months. Commander, Liu is your father, and he doesn't care? Luo Ren asked in confusion. Liu Liangxin sighed and said, he is a very busy man. How can he have time to care about these things? I don't think he knows about this. Chapter 211, Population Complete, Part 1. Going south. It was not like a large army marching. Only Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin were traveling a little faster. It only took about an hour to get from the wasteland military region to Afterglow City Point. Approaching the city, lowering the window, Luo Ren reached out of the car and made a gesture, and then saw the city gate slowly opening in front of him. After entering the city, Luo Ren immediately found Luo Ji, Luo Li and others. Luo Shan Luo Hei was responsible for relocating the population. After he left, the security of Afterglow City was provided by Luo Ji, Luo Li and the remaining guards. The squadron leader is responsible. As for Chen Yun, although he will not be demoted to a commoner, he is an evolver after all, but the power as high as a deputy city lord must be deprived. In his sight, Luo Luo Li came towards him and then saluted. Luo Ji said, Sir, more than 22,000 people have been relocated today. There are currently 99,000 people left in the city. It is estimated that it will take 5 days to move everyone to Chiang City. 5 days is not a long time, and it is in line with Luo Ren's previous plan, but now he needs to consider a change, and that is Sun Cake-san. However, after thinking about it for a moment, this guy's nothing, just 3 Z-10 armed helicopters. Moreover, Zhao Chuan said that this grandson did not dare to attack Chiang City because of the hundreds of thousands of people in Chiang City. From this, it can be speculated that this grandson did not dare to do anything to the current Yuhu city, which still had tens of thousands of people. Luo Ren slightly and said, well, keep the current plan. Yes. Regirally responded. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days pass. The past 3 days went smoothly. At least Sun Cake-san didn't come over to cause trouble. From this, Luo Ren's guess was correct. Sun Cake-san would definitely have some scruples in any densely populated place. Of course, he would not think that Sun Cake-san was a born saint because of this, and he did not want to hurt innocent people, so he had such concerns. He guessed that Sun Cake-san was actually concerned about the country, otherwise, the grandson would have come here long ago. Swish swish, rapid footsteps sounded behind him. Luo Ren looked back and saw that it was Luo Ji. He saw him trotting over, saluted and said, Sir, the census results are out. There are 53,500 people left in the city. Luo and Luo Hei just set out with a group of people, so now there are actually 42,000 people left in the city. It is expected that all migrations will be completed tomorrow. Luo Ren was very satisfied with the result, nodded and said, very good. After a moment of pause, he then asked, by the way, how is the construction of the anti-aircraft rocket launcher core going? Luo Ji said, the combat effectiveness has been basically formed, and we are just short of actual combat. Oh. Luo Ren said in surprise, hurry up and get them together. Let me take a look. Yes. LUOG responded and immediately went to mobilize the anti-aircraft rocket launcher core. In about 20 minutes, LUOG trotted over with 120 escort soldiers and quickly formed a square formation in front of Luo Ren. These 120 escort soldiers are divided into groups of 4. In each group, one person is carrying a rocket launcher, one person is responsible for replenishing and loading artillery shells, and the other 2 are holding automatic rifles and stationed on both sides to serve as escorts. Effect: 120 guardsmen soldiers formed 30 rocket launcher group armies, and 30 rocket launcher group armies formed a large anti-aircraft rocket launcher regiment. This was Luo Ren's idea. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. There is a high probability that Sun Cakesun will not come to cause trouble, but the grandson Baobuke's brain is not fully developed. He came to make trouble impulsively. There must be someone who can fight. Yes, otherwise, all you can do is get beaten, which is really uncomfortable. The shells launched by the rocket launcher are slow, so he thought of using quantity to make up for the speed. 30 rocket launchers fired shells at once, and he didn't believe that he couldn't shoot down a Z-10 armed helicopter. Rumble! Suddenly, a huge engine roar came from the sky. Luo Ren looked for the sound and saw 3 Z-10s flying quickly. Damn. If you really say KOKO, KOKO will be here. Luo Ren cursed, then looked at the newly formed rocket launcher regiment and ordered, get ready to fight. Hua hua. The movements were neat and uniform, so the sounds they made were all very neat. In an instant, the muzzles of 30 rocket launcher cannons were pointed upward, and they changed as the position of the Z-10 armed helicopter changed. At the same time, Luo Ren ordered LUOG, hurry up and gather the remaining civilians in the city. Yes. LUOG received the order and immediately went to gather the people. Before that, Luo Ren had issued an order for the remaining ordinary people to gather in Nancheng to facilitate mobilization. In fact, there was another reason, and that was to use this trick against Sun Cakesun. Such methods make Luo Ren look like a cruel ruler who doesn't care about the life and death of the people and treats the people as tools. However, this was really a helpless move, and he was somewhat sure that Sun Cakesun would not dare to massacre ordinary people. The Z-10 quickly flew to the sky above Luo Ren's head and circled. In the plane, Sun Cakesun saw Luo Ren below and said fiercely, I was thinking of trying my luck, but I didn't expect you really haven't left yet. If you go back to your base, I really can't do anything to you. Now, speaking of this, Sun Cakesun couldn't help but smile fiercely, with murderous intent in his eyes. He picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, I'm Sun Cakesun. Everyone obeys the order, aim at Luo Ren, and bombard with missiles. After the order was given, Sun Cakesun withdrew his eyes, sat back with his arms crossed, closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the fierce explosion. But after waiting for a long time, he still didn't hear the expected explosion. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the pilot in the front row, shouting angrily, why don't you launch the missiles? The pilot turned around and said, Deputy Division Commander Sun, you can see for yourself. Sun Cakesun looked at the projection screen on the console screen in front of him in confusion, and saw a crowd of people, and Luo Ren was wrapped in the crowd. What's going on? Sun Cakesun was shocked and asked the pilot. The pilot said helplessly. Suddenly, many civilians came out from all directions, and surrounded Luo Ren. After a pause, seeing Sun Cakesun's face gradually covered with anger, the pilot asked cautiously, that Deputy Division Commander Sun, do we still want to launch missiles? Sun Cakesun suppressed his anger and squeezed out a smile, which was even uglier than crying, and the pilot felt creepy. He asked back in a calm tone, can you clear the records of Z-10? The pilot shook his head and said, no, that's terrible. Sun Cakesun let himself go in an instant, shouting, you can't delete the records of Z-10, and you still launch missiles to kill civilians. Are you looking for death? Do you think that the superiors love you very much, and they won't blame you, even if you massacre civilians, and they will reward you after it's over? The other crew members kept silent consciously. When they saw this scene, the pilot glanced at the others and cursed, these dog sons are too disloyal. Helplessly, he could only tremble and stammer, yes, Division Commander, I understand. Then he asked again, then shall we retreat now, Sun Cake-Sun took several deep breaths, and his anger was calmed down a little. He glanced at the pilot and said, "Wait a minute, I have a few words to say to Luo Ren." "Yes." The pilot immediately pressed the shouting button and handed over the microphone. Sun Cake-Sun took the microphone and said, "Luo Ren on the ground, looking at the 3 Z-10 armed helicopters." Luo Ren was always alert. If any of them made any unfavorable moves, he would directly order the guns to open fire. If a shell hit them, it would not be easy to deal with Luo Ren. But the Z-10 hovering in the sky did not fire missiles or machine guns, but suddenly shouted point. Although the people did not know the true intention of the 3 helicopters in the sky, and did not know whether they were enemies or friends, they could more or less guess something when they saw the guards preparing for battle and the machine guns loaded on the aircraft, as well as the missile-like objects on both sides that were not extended, but could be seen point. This scared many of them, and this sudden shouting immediately frightened many people. Some timid people even had weak legs and fainted directly. The shouting continued, and I only heard, "Luo Ren, Luo Ren, I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person, using civilians as a shield. But don't worry, I will find a time to ask you to double back the insult that day. Just wait for me." This grandson is so hateful. He actually said that I use civilians as a shield. Wait, when I'm strong enough and not afraid of the military, I will kill you sooner or later. Luo Ren stared at the helicopter in the sky, and then in full view of the public, he stretched out his clenched right hand and pointed it back to the sky. Duong, the middle finger popped out very smoothly, and the fist immediately turned into an international friendly gesture. "Just wait. Retreat." Sun Cake-Sun's angry shout echoed over Yuhu City, and 3 Z-10 armed helicopters quickly climbed and flew away. Luo Ren remained silent, looking at the direction where the Z-10 disappeared, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Sir, can we disperse the civilians?" Luog came forward and asked. Luo Ren retracted his gaze, looked at Luog, nodded, and said, "Go." Luog organized the civilians to disperse, but Luo Ren saw that almost everyone looked back at him when they left, and there was a little anger in their eyes. It seemed that Sun Cake-Sun's provocation was still effective. Facing these eyes, Luo Ren sighed, feeling helpless in his heart. It was not that he wanted to use them as a shield, but it was really helpless. There was nothing he could do. At the same time, he felt a little uncomfortable. Just now, facing the Z-10 hovering in the sky, these people did not show a trace of resentment, only timidity, which was really ridiculous. Chapter 212, Population Complete, Part 2. Day and night alternated, and it was soon the afternoon of the next day. Outside the South City, hundreds of cars were lined up neatly, and people came out of the city gate and got on the cars one after another. This was the last population left in Yuhu City, and this was also the last population migration. On the city wall, Luo Ren, Liu Liangxin, Luog, Luoli and others stood side by side, watching the people gradually get on the cars, and the team going out of the city gate also reached the end. Luo Ren turned his head to look at Luog and ordered, "Let the brothers in the city retreat." After the order was issued, Luog, Luoli and other squadron leaders immediately went to lead the city guards to retreat. Luo Ren said to Liu Liangxin again, "Let's go." After that, he jumped off the city wall, walked to the front of the convoy in a few steps, jumped on an off-road vehicle, looked back, and Liu Liangxin quickly followed. "Brother Ren, it's so hot. Why are you standing there?" Liu Liangxin asked Luo Ren with her slender palms to shade the sun. Today's weather can be described as clear and cloudless. Although it is past the hottest time of noon, the sun is still scorching, and the body temperature is definitely higher than the comfort zone of humans. It's okay. When the car starts running, there will be wind, and it will be very cool then. Luo Ren replied. "Oh." Liu Liangxin responded, saying, "Then I'll sit in the car." After watching Liu Liangxin entered the armored vehicle, Luo Ren retracted his gaze and thought to himself, the system calls up the information panel. If you are not in Xiang City, you can only see the population and the number of guards when you call up the information panel, and you can't do anything else. However, Luo Ren doesn't need to do anything else now, just to see how many people there are at the moment. Ding. The information panel has been opened for the host. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Ren's eyes flashed, and a light blue transparent light screen unfolded, with information about the base on it. Since the base has been renamed Chiang City, the information panel at this time also shows Chiang City. Luo Ren did not pay too much attention to this, but looked down. Point population 5,092,301 10, 100, 10,000, 500,000. This string of numbers can actually be distinguished as 6 digits at a glance, but in order to make sure he was not mistaken, Luo Ren suppressed his excitement and counted from the single digits. After counting 5 or 6 times in a row, he was completely sure that the population had indeed exceeded 500,000 and reached the upgrade standard. Excited and happy, he clenched his fists and stomped his feet, causing the armored vehicle to vibrate continuously, alarming the people in the car. Liu Liangxin came out of the car and saw Luo Ren's abnormal behavior. She asked in confusion, "Brother Ren, what's wrong with you?" Luo Ren's sight was immediately attracted by Liu Liangxin. He jumped off the roof of the car. Then, when Liu Liangxin was not paying attention, he hugged her and said excitedly, "Liangxin, I finally got 500,000 people." Liu Liangxin was stunned. This was the first time that Luo Ren took the initiative to hug her. Smelling Luo Ren's breath at close range and feeling the temperature of his chest made her heart beat faster and her cheeks flushed. As for what Luo Ren just said, such as make up the population, she just turned a deaf ear and let it out the other, or even didn't hear it at all. After a moment of tension, she relaxed and enjoyed this moment, and her hands, which had nowhere to put, also hugged Luo Ren. If it could always be like this, how nice it would be. Liu Liangxin sighed in her heart. She really envied Suan Tong and even fantasized about how nice it would be if she was Suan Tong. Thinking of this, her eyes turned red and her eye sockets began to moisten. After feeling Liu Liangxin's arms around him, Luo Ren looked down and saw Liu Liangxin in his arms. Seeing her tearful appearance, he was shocked at the time and thought to himself, "What's wrong? Did I use too much force?" Luo Ren quickly let go of his hand and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was too excited. I didn't pay attention to controlling the strength. Did I hurt you?" Passively leaving Luo Ren's arms, Liu Liangxin felt empty in her heart. After learning that Luo Ren mistakenly thought that she was crying because he was hurt by his hug, she burst into laughter and said, "No, it's because the wind is too strong and sand has entered my eyes." Too strong wind. Luo Ren looked around blankly and spread his palms to feel it. There was no wind at all. He looked at Liu Liangxin and asked in confusion, "No wind, Liu?" Liangxin chuckled. She didn't expect Luo Ren to really believe that there was sand in his eyes. She gently tidied Luo Ren's clothes and muttered, "Idiot." Then she got into the off-road vehicle, leaving Luo Ren, who was confused, in a mess in the wind and no wind. Luo Ren wanted to ask more, but saw Luo Shan running over and said, "Report to the commander. All the civilians have been on the car, and all the brothers in the city have left the city. Please give the order to set off. Business is important." Luo Ren immediately ordered. Then let's set off. Chapter 213 Level 4 Base, Part 1. The convoy carrying more than 10,000 civilians set off in a mighty manner, with 6 tanks in front clearing the way, 6 tanks behind, and hundreds of armored vehicles guarding the front and rear. There are also level 3 evolvers Luo Ren, level 2 evolvers Liu Liangxin, Luo Shan, Luo He, and Luo Ji, as well as many level 1 peak evolvers. With such a lineup, let alone a swarm of level 3 zombies, even a real swarm of level 3 zombies would not be afraid at all. Luo Ren stood on the roof of the armored vehicle, with the scorching sun above his head and bumps on his feet, but he remained unmoved, with his lower body as stable as a mountain. In peacetime, he must have been a master level figure. Even when faced with the legendary 5 lightning whips, he can still perform a few moves at a very fast speed. I twisted my neck, and the oncoming wind was very cool, blowing away most of the heat from the sun. It was very comfortable. Looking down, I saw that standing like this was a bit ostentatious, so I might as well sit down. Thinking about it, he sat down cross-legged. However, the moment his butt came into close contact with the roof of the car, his expression immediately changed. He could almost be described as bouncing, and he shouted, "Fuck." He rubbed his butt and complained, "This thing is too heat absorbing, it will burn your butt." At this moment, the sound of an eagle filled the sky, attracting his attention. He looked up and was surprised to see the giant thing hovering in the sky. "It's only been a few days and you've gained so much weight." As far as he could see, a goshawk was circling high in the sky. He was deeply impressed by this goshawk, which snatched his trophy, making him furious. However, he saved himself once again, whether intentionally or unintentionally, which made him hate this goshawk point at this time. The goshawk was a lot bigger than a few days ago. If it was the smallest single propeller aircraft before, it should now be one rank higher than the penultimate one point. Although Luo Ren complained, he knew in his heart that there was only one possibility for his sudden increase in size, and that was to evolve again. Through a sneak attack, the goshawk killed the level 3 speed zombie. After returning, it should have eaten the level 3 evolution crystal. According to Luo Ren's speculation, it should have been a quasi level 3 evolved animal before, but now it is a true level 3 animal. I just didn't know what it was going to do this time, and I wasn't going to kill zombies, so I didn't give it a chance to pick it up. However, after walking for a while, it did not make any aggressive moves. From this, it seems that it has no malicious intent. Since there is no malice, then it can follow if it likes, and Luo Ren will not expel it. In fact, there is nothing he can do to expel it. The goshawk is a level 3 evolved animal and can fly. It is more difficult to deal with than level 3 zombies. Even if he has wings, he may not be able to do it. As we walked, the sun gradually set in the west, and natural beauty appeared on the horizon, like burning clouds. And the goshawk in the sky also gave out a high-pitched hawk sound, then flapped its wings, and disappeared from the horizon. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's almost dusk. After more than 2 hours of traveling, Chiang City finally came into view. Luo Ren said with emotion, "I'm finally home." The Cheyenne March soldiers on duty in the city immediately opened the city gate and quickly informed Luo Ren of his return. Numerous residents greeted him without any organization, and some of them were people who had migrated from Sanctuary City No. 1 and Afterglow City a few days ago. After the baptism of the apocalypse, these people have very strong adaptability, and the move from Sanctuary City No. 1 and Afterglow City to Chiang City is an upward adaptation, so it is easier to accept it. Of course, this is why Suantang and Saudi Arabia have done a good job in the resettlement work. In just 10 days, some people have been assigned formal jobs, and those who have not yet had formal jobs are also doing temporary work such as clearing debris in the new city. 1 day's food subsidy is enough. The current Chiang City has a population of more than 500,000, but the space of more than 200 square kilometers can be fully sustained, and there is no need to temporarily expand the space. After entering the city, Luo Ren handed over the resettlement of the population to Saudi Arabia and his friends who came over, and then he and Suantang returned to the mobile base in a hurry. When many residents saw Luo Ren and Suantang returning to the mobile base so anxiously, they suddenly smiled like old fathers. The car stopped at the entrance of the mobile base. Luo Ren did not enter the mobile base after getting off the car, but looked at the mobile base in a daze. Suantang stepped forward. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she whispered, "Why are you so anxious? Others have already seen it." She took Luo Ren's hand and walked towards the mobile base, but as soon as she moved around, it felt like Luo Ren was motionless like a mountain. She couldn't help but asked in confusion, "Why are you standing still?" As everyone knows, at this time, Luo Ren saw a blue light screen in front of his eyes, which read the population of the base exceeded 500,000, meeting the upgrades. Luo Ren did not hesitate, and said silently in his heart, "Upgrade, byte. The base is upgraded to level 4, byte. The task is completed, and 10 points are awarded, byte. The base is upgraded to level 4 and the level 4 arsenal is unlocked, byte. Upgrade the base to level 4 and unlock the intermediate tank factory, byte. The base is upgraded to level 4 and the primary research institute is unlocked, byte. The base is upgraded to level 4 and the primary air force base is unlocked, Air Force Base." Due to the previous prompts from the system, Luo Ren of the research institute was mentally prepared, so he was not too surprised. And to be honest, the shock of unlocking the research institute was far less than that of the Air Force Base. What is an Air Force Base? Armed helicopters, jet fighters, strategic bombers, aviation rockets. No. Aviation rockets belong to the aviation field. This made Luo Ren, who had seen the power of the Z-10 armed helicopter, even more excited and couldn't wait. He immediately called up the control panel and the construction function panel, which clearly showed that the Air Force Base could be built, and immediately dragged the Air Force Base. But when he saw the required construction area, Luo Ren was stunned. The recommended construction area of the Air Force Base is 25 square kilometers, and the minimum construction area is 5 square kilometers. Although Chiang City has a land area of 225 square kilometers, it has a population of 500,000, and the population will increase in the future. This Air Force Base occupies a large area. Should it be built in the city? Luo Ren stroked his chin, looking worried, and pondered for a moment. He turned around and cast his eyes into the distance. Suan Tong was shocked to see that she didn't answer her question and looked sad. She thought to herself, isn't Brother Ren injured in some way during this expedition? No, I have to comfort Brother Ren. Walking in front of Luo Ren, Suan Tong stood on tiptoes and looked into Luo Ren's eyes lovingly, saying, Brother Ren, it's okay. I won't care, because I like being yours. Chapter 214 Level 4 Base, Part 2. Suan Tong suddenly blocked his view, and Luo Ren was forced to come back to his senses. After hearing what Suan Tong said, he was immediately confused and asked, what do you mean you don't care? Aren't you injured? Suan Tong glanced at Luo Ren's important parts obscurely. Luo Ren looked down, his mind turned, and he was even more confused. He said anxiously, no, when did I say that hair was injured? Humph. Suan Tong snorted, her cheeks flushed even more, and she was a little hot. She said anxiously, then why are you standing still and looking so sad? Luo Ren suddenly realized and explained hurriedly, I was just thinking about the problem. He raised his hand, and with a force, his strong biceps bulged out, and he smiled, I'm in good health. And this. Then he reached down with his right hand and was about to unzip it, but suddenly remembered that it was not suitable for children in public places, so he took Suan Tong's hand and walked towards the mobile base, saying as he walked, you will know whether you are injured or not later. Suan Tong's cheeks were red. Fortunately, the weather was hot enough today, otherwise you could see smoke coming out of her head. For some reason, it was originally a sunny day with no clouds, but suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and the rain poured down. Many people were soaked before they could react, and some even shouted, hurry home and collect your clothes. Perhaps it was a shower. After more than an hour, the rain stopped, but half an hour later, it started to rain heavily again. This happened 5 or 6 times until late at night. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. God, is there something wrong with the prostate? The next day, early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the room. Luo Ren adjusted for a while, slowly opened his eyes, and felt his right hand being pressed by a heavy object. He turned his head, and saw Suan Tong snoring slightly from her nose, sleeping soundly. Gently and slowly, he pulled his arm out. Luo Ren tiptoed to put on his clothes, walked to the mirror, tidied his hair, saw himself in the mirror, touched his cheek, and thought to himself, why does my face look bad today? My lips are a little pale. Is the zombie virus starting to attack? Looking back at Suan Tong, who was sleeping soundly, he thought, why is her face so rosy? Strange. Looking at himself in the mirror, although his face was not good, it did not affect his handsomeness for the whole day, so he left the bedroom nonchalantly. He went downstairs without staying too long. He went to the inner city military area as soon as possible, and the Air Force Base later. He upgraded the existing military facilities first to see what good things could be unlocked. When he came to the front of the arsenal, the control panel was immediately called up, and then he chose to upgrade without hesitation. Ding. The arsenal was upgraded to level 4. The system prompt fell, and Luo Ren couldn't wait to look at the production option and add new weapons. Special Operations Squad. 100,000 points Urban Planning Expert. 100,000 points Communications Technology Expert. 100,000 points Mortar. 50,000 points rapid fire artillery. 100,000 points. There are many weapons and equipment unlocked when the arsenal is upgraded to level 4, which can be said to be varied, but Luo Ren did not focus on them. What he paid the most attention to was a squad and 2 experts. Special Operations Squad can be used to perform tasks such as rescue and annihilation of designated targets. Previously, Ki-chan trained the guards as Special Operations teams, which was too inefficient and the results were not very good. Now that they can be directly produced, the training can be directly abandoned. Urban planning experts. If they can be called experts, then their professionalism in urban planning must be much stronger than Fangpeng, and they can plan the ecology of Chiang City more reasonably. Of course, this does not mean that Fangpeng will be dismissed from all positions. After several months of training, his professional ability has also been greatly improved, allowing him to cooperate with urban planning experts to jointly build Chiang City. Communication experts, as the name implies, are experts in communication. This is what Luo Ren urgently needs. He originally wanted to ask the military for a few satellite phones, but he didn't expect Sun Cakesun to show up halfway. The satellite phone was gone, and he couldn't communicate long distances with only the car walkie-talkie. Long distance communication has a great positive effect on both combat command and urban production, so it is very important. Now that communication experts can be produced, it is in line with Luo Ren's mind, but he doesn't know how he can build long distance communication with only communication experts and no equipment. Does he have to start with a hammer and make the rest by himself? Shaking his head, Luo Ren didn't think too much about it. He then came to the tank factory and chose to upgrade without hesitation. Ding. The tank factory is upgraded to level 4. Moving his eyes down, skipping the armored transport vehicles and tanks, he looked directly at the new equipment. Infinite communication armored vehicle. 300,000 points self-propelled anti-aircraft gun vehicle. 100,000 points command and combat vehicle. 500,000 points ammunition supply vehicle. 100,000 points power generation vehicle. 100,000 points. Note: 6 self-propelled anti-aircraft gun vehicles, 1 combat command vehicle, 3 ammunition supply vehicles, and 1 power generation vehicle can form a self-propelled anti-aircraft gun air defense system, which mainly targets air targets below 5 kilometers. Fuck. Luo Ren swallowed his saliva and was so excited that he couldn't speak. The wireless communication armored vehicle solved the problem of communication experts having no equipment. The next 4 types of tanks are the most exciting. Each of these 4 tanks can be used alone and can also be combined to form a self-propelled anti-aircraft gun air defense system. The name sounds awesome. In this way, if we get a few of them, we can cover the entire defense of Chiang City. At that time, not to mention that Sun Cakesun dared not attack because of the population in the city. Even if he dared, with a few armed helicopters and a barrage of artillery fire, he would definitely not be able to return. And even if the military was furious and sent troops to Chiang City, there was no need to be afraid unless missiles were used for bombing. However, the military would definitely care about the lives of more than 500,000 people and would not use missiles. The excitement was indescribable. After a long time, Luo Ren calmed down. At the same time, he called up the control panel in the construction section. The research institute is not like an Air Force base. It requires such a large space to build. The remaining space in this military zone is enough. On the light screen, drag the research institute and then release it. Ding. The primary research institute is under construction. After the system prompt sound fell, I saw the dust flying in the ground in front of me, and a very modern and scientific building rose from the ground. Ding. Is completed. Luo Ren immediately opened the function panel of the research institute, which showed point scientist 0/5 researcher. 500,000 points. Hey, didn't you say there is a device to purify the life energy of dragon crystal? Why don't I see it? Luo Ren kept sliding, but after looking around, there was only one option that can be produced: the scientist. He couldn't help but ask, system, the equipment to purify dragon crystal, why don't I see it? Or, Equipment is in the research room. Scientists can use these equipment, Luo Ren suddenly realized, and immediately chose to produce a researcher. Ding. Researcher is being produced. Estimated to be 1 hour. Chapter 215 Level 4 Base, Part 2. While the researcher was producing, Luo Ren walked back to the front of the arsenal, called up the overall information panel, and saw it. Read guards. 3,000/10,000 Special Operations Teams. 0/5 Urban Planning Experts. 0/5 Communication Technology Experts. 0/5 Researchers. 1/5 It can be seen that the overall number of guards has increased to 10,000, and other arms and technical talents will not occupy the total number of guards, and are calculated separately. Luo Ren directly increased the number of guards to the maximum, and then the 5 special operations teams to the maximum, 2 urban planning experts, and 5 communication technology experts. 2 experts in urban planning are enough, because there are still Fang Peng and others below, and it is impossible for them all to suddenly lose their jobs. Now there are more than 200,000 people in the city. If they are all unemployed, they can only do temporary work, while waiting for the assignment of new formal jobs. This will inevitably affect their psychology, and may make them rebellious against Chiang City Point. If it were just a few of them, it would be fine. What we are afraid of is that they would talk all over the place and stir up trouble. In this case, even if they were suppressed by force, it would have a bad impact, thus affecting the public security of Chiang City. Therefore, even if some of them can be eliminated, because their technical ability does not match their position, they must be eliminated step by step, not all at once. And this step-by-step approach requires adding a new item to the previously stipulated reward and punishment mechanism, that is, the ability assessment. If they fail, and do not learn to increase their ability, they can only be eliminated from this position, and then engage in new work with lower technical content. Only in this way can mobility be generated, and Chiang City as a whole can remain vibrant. Of course, this idea is still in Luo Ren's mind for the time being. It is not the main consideration now. What he is most concerned about now is the defense construction of Chiang City Point, because all order must be based on the most basic life safety, so strengthening the defense of Chiang City is the top priority point. After upgrading to level 4, the production speed of the guard army has greatly increased, reaching 50/H, that is, 50 guard soldiers are produced every hour. Then it would take about 6 days to produce 7,000 guards, which is not long. The time required to produce professional and technical personnel is 1 person per hour, which is not long either, because technical personnel are not like ordinary guards, who need large scale, thousands of them, and often only need 1 or 2 or 3 or 5. As for the special operations team, it takes 2 hours for 1, and 5 teams take 10 hours, which is not long either. Then, Luo Ren called up the production interface of the tank factory and chose to produce 5 command vehicles, 5 power generation vehicles, 15 ammunition supply vehicles and 30 self-propelled anti-aircraft gun vehicles. These can form 5 groups of self-propelled anti-aircraft gun air defense systems. According to Luo Ren's plan, they will be deployed in the southeast, northwest and central areas of Chiang City respectively, to carry out all-round, all-weather and all-time defense without dead angles. At that time, let alone a helicopter, even a Sparrow could make it come and go without return. After doing all this, Luo Ren drove the vehicle out of the military zone and quickly came to the south gate of the new city area. He climbed up the city wall and looked around, and there were dense trees. Up to now, the area occupied by Chiang City is basically flat, except for the abandoned urban area in the northeast. The rest of the area is almost all hills. It is extremely labor intensive and resource intensive to build an Air Force base. However, this is the norm, and Luo Ren's construction of an Air Force base is unconventional. The blue light screen unfolded, and he dragged the Air Force base to the outside of the South City. There were options for land area, which were 5 square kilometers, 10 square kilometers, 15 square kilometers, 20 square kilometers, and 25 square kilometers. Luo Ren considered for a while, and chose 25 square kilometers. The reason for this choice is that, if the land area is too small, only some small aircraft will take off. For large bombers, it cannot take off, and it will have to be upgraded in the future, which is not easy to plan. Therefore, just choose the largest one, and there will be so many troubles in the future. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ren moved his hand away from the light screen, and the next second, he heard the sound of the system. Ding. Air Force Base under construction. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers on duty and Luo Ren, the trees on the hill ahead rose from the ground, and then decomposed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead of disappearing, they turned into extremely small units, like a dust cloud floating in the sky. Then, the soil of the hill below quickly decomposed and merged into the dust cloud. Then the stones, in the same way, decomposed into extremely small units, and merged into the dust cloud. The colorful dust cloud covered the sky and the sun. At this moment, the sky and the earth, where Chiang City was located, suddenly became dark. The residents in the city looked up, and their pupils were filled with infinite horror. At the same time, the friction and collision between atoms produced thunder and lightning. So someone shouted, "It's thundering, go home and collect clothes." Luo Ren looked up. Although it was caused by himself, he had never experienced it after all, and he was also extremely shocked. At the same time, he remembered a sentence, "My lover is a peerless hero. I know that one day, he will appear in a highly anticipated situation, wearing golden armor, and riding on a colorful cloud to marry me." Next. To Luo Ren, the Sky Marching Army soldier on duty, looked at the dust cloud, swallowed nervously, and stuttered, Is this a god descending to earth?" After a moment, Luo Ren withdrew his gaze from the magnificent scene in the sky and looked forward. He saw that the original hills in front of him had disappeared, and what was left was a flat plain, which shocked him again. He thought to himself, "This is not a system at all, it's clearly a map editor." As soon as he finished speaking, the dust clouds in the sky began to change again. In the center of the 25 square kilometers of flatland, a vortex formed, and the dust clouds floating in all directions rushed towards the vortex rapidly. Many people saw this scene and immediately hugged the objects around them tightly, fearing that they would be attracted by the vortex and then swallowed. Obviously, their worries were completely unnecessary. The suction of the vortex was only aimed at the dust clouds, and other objects had no effect. After the scattered dust clouds were all attracted to the flatland, the vortex gradually disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Ta, 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 ta. As if he could hear the second hand moving, Luo Ren silently chanted in his heart, 1.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.8, 0.9, 9 is the number of the extreme. When this sound fell, the dust cloud suddenly fell, and the scene was comparable to the cosmic nebula, instantly covering the 25 square kilometers of flatland. Under the gaze of the crowd, on the flatland, buildings rose up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the magical degree was like the creation of the gods. The soldiers on duty today were very feasting their eyes. Dust cloud that blocked the sunlight fell, and turned into a majestic building. The world gradually returned to clarity. In this way, half an hour later, the dust cloud was completely scattered. Hills, flatland, Air Force Base. Such changes took only half an hour, which was a miracle on Earth. The soldiers on duty were stunned. Luo Ren was very excited. The Air Force Base had its own wall, saving the construction of the wall. The most eye-catching one is the 5-kilometer runway in the middle of the Air Force Base, from north to south. Then there is a building like an airplane wing in the west. When Luo Ren looked at it, the words aircraft factory appeared in front of him. The aircraft factory and aircraft warehouse almost occupied 3/4 of the space on the west side, and opposite it, in the east, are office buildings and dormitory buildings, as well as entertainment buildings. However, the space occupied is relatively small, less than 1/3. Luo Ren entered the Air Force Base and was amazed. When he came to the aircraft factory, he silently opened the information panel. Pilots. 0/10 logistics management personnel. 0/50 ordinary logistics staff of the Air Force Base. 0/5000 defense armed personnel of the Air Force Base. 0/2000 The Air Force Base actually has its own management personnel, logistics personnel and defense armed personnel, which greatly exceeded Luo Ren's expectations, and made him very surprised. However, when he saw that the upper limit of pilots was 10, he was a little disappointed. The upper limit of pilots represents how many fighters can be dispatched, which is a very important factor. Then he opened the production panel and looked at it. Point pilot. 500,000 points storm armed helicopter. 2 million points automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system. 3 million points HAL. Luo Ren's eyes fell on the automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system, and he was a little confused. Isn't this a combination of several tanks? How can it be produced directly here, and it requires 3 million points, and the price is more than 1 million more expensive? Did the middleman make a profit? But after careful observation, Luo Ren found the difference. The combination of multiple tanks in the tank factory is called self-propelled anti-aircraft gun air defense system, and the one that can be produced here is called automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system. There is only one word difference between the two. Luo Ren asked the system, what is the difference between the two air defense systems? Self-propelled anti-aircraft gun air defense system, in which self-propelled anti-aircraft guns refer to anti-aircraft guns that can move on their own on tracked, semi-tracked or wheeled vehicles, and can be combined with command vehicles, ammunition replenishment vehicles, and power generation vehicles to form a self-propelled anti-aircraft gun air defense system. Automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system, in which the automatic anti-aircraft gun is fixed and cannot be moved. If the enemy air force is found to invade, the host only needs to give the initial command, that is, to start or not start. If the automatic anti-aircraft gun is started, it will automatically track, lock, and attack the enemy in the air. To achieve automatic air defense. The same thing about the two is that they can achieve air defense, but only for low altitude aircraft within 5 kilometers. The difference is that one requires human control and the other does not. Such a detailed explanation, even if Luo Ren is a fool, he can understand it. This automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system feels better than the self-propelled anti-aircraft gun air defense system. It really is true that you get what you pay for. However, the automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system can only be built at the Air Force Base to provide air defense for the Air Force Base all weather and all time, which is indeed a bit unsatisfactory. Chapter 216 Production, Part 1. After understanding the difference between the automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system and the self-propelled anti-aircraft gun air defense system, Luo Ren no longer stared at it intently, but looked at another option. Storm armed helicopter. Having seen the power of the Z-10 armed helicopter, he can be said to have a deep obsession with armed helicopters now. He can also own his own armed helicopter. Although it is not a Z-10, but a Storm, the system's products must be high quality, which makes him full of expectations. Click on the details, and the light screen shows Storm armed helicopter. Single wing can carry 4 missiles, double wing 8 missiles. Missile types: Legion KD air-to-ground missile, Legion KK air-to-air missile. A 30mm cannon is hung on the belly of the fuselage. Note: missiles and cannon shells can be produced in the weapons factory on the left side of the aircraft factory. The most exciting thing for Luo Ren and the above information is that it can carry 8 missiles. The armed helicopter is known as a tank killer, and the power zombies among the zombies are huge and slow in action, like human tanks. If the Storm armed helicopter is deployed, even if it is a level 3 power zombie, it will be a one-sided massacre. After all, they can only throw stones, but not fly. Now it is just a primary Air Force base, and the only weapons and equipment that can be produced are these two. I don't know whether the intermediate Air Force base will unlock jet fighters, and whether the advanced Air Force base will unlock stealth fighters. This seems unknown, but it can be vaguely speculated, which really makes people look forward to it. Stretching and stretching his muscles, Luo Ren came back to his senses from his longing. Seeing the production panel, he stopped talking nonsense. First, he fully pulled the pilots, logistics management personnel, logistics ordinary employees, and armed defense personnel and produced them. Although they all belong to the category of people, they will not occupy the same production line, but 4 types of 4 production lines. Among them, it takes 3 hours to produce 1 pilot, and 10 pilots will take 30 hours, more than a day. Logistics management personnel are 5 people per hour, and it only takes 10 hours to pull 50 people, which is much faster than pilots. Ordinary logistics staff can produce 100 people per hour, and 5,000 people need 50 hours, which is the fastest speed point. Armed defense personnel can produce 50 people per hour, and the production speed is comparable to that of the guards. 2,000 people need a total of 40 hours, less than 2 days. After the production line is full, the next step is the automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system. Unlike other systems, after choosing production, Luo Ren actually popped up a bird's eye view of the Air Force base in front of him, asking him to choose the installation location of the automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system. After staring at the map and thinking for a while, he finally decided to arrange one set at each corner of the city wall, and then one set in the center of each of the 4 city walls, for a total of 8 sets of automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense systems. In this way, the Air Force base is impregnable. Ding. The automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system is in production. It is estimated to take a total of 40 days. 40 days. If you calculate it this way, it takes 5 days to produce each air defense system, which is really long. Luo Ren analyzed and said point during the production of the automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system, Luo Ren then produced the storm-armed helicopters. 10 helicopters were directly produced for 10 pilots. After confirming it, he thought about it again and again, and decided to produce 10 more as backup point. After finishing, he was very proud of his wise and brave decision. Then, he looked at the time required for production. 20 storm-armed helicopters took a total of 60 days. It takes 3 days for a single helicopter, which is long enough. Luo Ren shook his head helplessly. He was also helpless that it took so long. The only way to shorten the production time was to upgrade the base, but upgrading the base was not that easy. Thinking of upgrading the base, he couldn't help asking, "System, what are the conditions for upgrading the level 5 base?" Level 5 base upgrade conditions. The population of the main city exceeds 3 million. How many? Luo Ren's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and he said in surprise, "You said 3 million people. It took me a lot of effort to get 500,000 people. Besides, there are more than 7 million people in H city, and the survivors are probably less than 1 million. Where can I get more than 2 million people? H city is small, Jiangnan province is big. Jiangnan province is small, Xia kingdom is big." These 2 sentences are very short, but the meaning is clear, which makes Luo Ren helpless and smile bitterly, and humbly ask, "Is there really no other way?" Yes. As soon as the word fell, Luo Ren immediately became energetic and asked anxiously, "What is the way?" The base has been upgraded to level 4, and the main city-state mode has been enabled. What is the main city? That is, the location of the mobile base is the main city. That is, Chiang City is the main city at the moment. What is a city-state? That is, the ruler of this force can become a city-state by signing a city-state treaty with the host. In the city-state, the city lord has the right of autonomy and conscription in the traditional sense, but in the base city-state rules, these powers are given by the host. At the same time, the host can establish a base branch within the jurisdiction of this city-state. After the branch is established, it can also build an arsenal and a tank factory. If it reaches a sufficient level, it can even build an air force base. These facilities can only be used by the host and those authorized by the host. Note, the level of the city-state branch base and other buildings will always be lower than the main city. After signing the treaty, the city lord must not betray the host. If there is any rebellious behavior or rebellious intention, the local city-state guard will directly sense it and kill or capture it on the spot according to the severity of the situation. And there is no need to worry that the fighting power of the guards is not enough to wipe out the city-state lord, because at this time, all the weapons and equipment produced by the base facilities can only be used by the guards, which greatly weakens the fighting power of the city-state lord. In this way, the loyalty of the city-state lord is ensured, and even if the city-state lord has a rebellious mentality, he can be suppressed in the first time. And the population of the city-state is counted into the total population of the base. Fuck, awesome. Luo Ren was stunned. This mode is simply too cool. Before the base conquered major forces, population migration was the most troublesome thing. If the distance is close, it's okay, but if the distance is far, it will be troublesome. Point at present, most of the survivors in H City are in Jiang City, and the remaining people are difficult to find, or they have become the nourishment of the level 3 zombie group. If you want more population, you can only go to other cities. In this way, the distance will be very far, and even if you conquer or persuade them, it will be extremely difficult to migrate the population. The main city-state model perfectly solves this problem. Base branches and other facilities are established within the city-state. Although they are one level lower than the base headquarters, they can still produce normally. In this way, the safety of the city-state can also be guaranteed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Production, Part 2. After being excited, Luo Ren was confused again and asked, in this case, can the city-state population plus the population of Jiang City reach 3 million before it can be upgraded? No, 3 million people correspond to the main city, while the city-state model requires 5 million people or 9 city-states with a population of more than 500,000. To upgrade to a level 5 base. Luo Ren held his breath immediately. This really made him speechless. He was speechless. After saying a lot, the final condition was still population. What is the difference between a population of 5 million and a city-state with a population of more than 500,000? Does it sound like a smaller number? After a long time, Luo Ren sighed. In general, the main city-state model is better. It saves population migration and can save a lot of effort. Moreover, at this juncture, the level 5 base is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to find the dragon pattern crystal and remove the zombie virus in the body. Otherwise, it will be so uncomfortable if the person is gone and the points are not used up. Of course, according to the current situation, even if he lives to death, he may not be able to spend all the points. When he sees the string of points now, he has no intention to count them. There are too many, and he can't count them all. Without further ado, Luo Ren's eyes fell on the blizzard-armed helicopter option. Dragon crystals can only be produced in famous mountains and rivers, so his current goal is the famous mountains and rivers around him. When the helicopter is produced, he can take the map and go to the famous mountains and rivers to explore. 3 months. No, now he has a little more than 2.5 months. If he can't find dragon crystals during this period, then everything he has done and everything he has now will be like the water of the Yellow River and will be wasted. The weapons and equipment and professionals that the aircraft factory can produce are already in production. Luo Ren paced to the weapons factory on the left side of the aircraft factory. The production panel was unfolded, and the various light weapons and heavy weapons were exactly the same as those in the arsenal, except that there were more Red Arrow KD air-to-ground missiles, Red Arrow KK air-to-air missiles, 30mm machine gun shells, and 75mm anti-aircraft shells. The first 2 items correspond to the storm-armed helicopter, and the latter item corresponds to the automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system. The production speed of these things is extremely fast, so there is no rush. It is not too late to make a production plan after the personnel are fully prepared. The aircraft factory and the weapons factory are the only 2 production buildings of the Air Force Base, at least the current primary Air Force Base. The rest of the buildings are mostly dormitories and entertainment facilities. After producing everything that can be produced, Luo Ren continued to look at the other buildings of the Air Force Base. Among them, the entertainment buildings dazzled him. On the east and west sides, the steel factory on the west side stood tall, and the east side was completely a living area. The layout was comparable to the urban commercial street in peacetime, with everything, such as bars, KTVs, restaurants, and even amusement parks. Even the Air Force bases in the United States in the previous life may not have amusement parks. Although he was surprised, he still had to do his business. The Air Force base was in the production of armed defense, and it did not have its own defense capabilities. Luo Ren ordered Luo Shan and Luo He to bring 3,000 veterans of the Guard Army to the Air Force base to form a temporary defense force. as expected, after moving in, when Luo Shan came to report to him, his face was full of envy, and he complained, compared with the Air Force, why is our army so miserable? He was crying and snotting. If he was not a rough man, Luo Ren would have pitied him. After finishing the matter of the Air Force base, Luo Ren returned to the mobile base and started looking around. Coincidentally, Suan Tong came back and saw Luo Ren busy and asked in confusion, "Brother Ren, what are you looking for map?" Luo Ren replied and then continued to look hard. "What? Map?" Suan Tong asked. "National map, provincial map is fine." Luo Ren answered subconsciously, "Provincial map." Suan Tong thought for a while and suddenly her eyes lit up and she said, "I know where the provincial map is." Luo Ren pricked up his ears, and when he heard that Suan Tong knew where the provincial map was, he immediately stopped what he was doing, moved in front of Suan Tong, and asked expectantly, "Where is it?" "I remember it is." Suan Tong rubbed his eyebrows. He still had an impression just now, but suddenly he couldn't remember it. Seeing Suan Tong like this, Luo Ren shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "Okay, you think about it first. I'll look for it." "Ah." When he turned around, Suan Tong suddenly exclaimed, which scared him. He turned around and looked at Suan Tong and asked in surprise, "Do you remember, Su?" And Tong's face was full of joy, and her excited palms kept waving, saying, "I remember that. Hey, what's the situation? Why can't I remember it again?" Luo Ren's surprise was immediately interrupted, and he opened his mouth and spit out a sentence, "Think about it again." Seeing Luo Ren's painful expression, Suan Tong couldn't help laughing, and laughed for a long time, saying, okay, I didn't forget. I saw the map of Jiangnan province in the lobby of the teaching building of the inner city school. Naughty." Luo Ren looked at Suan Tong lovingly and scolded gently. Then he kissed her on the face and walked out of the mobile base. "Brother Ren, why are you looking for a map?" Suan Tong was stunned for a while, then quickly caught up with Luo Ren and asked at the same time. "Nothing, I just want to see a way out in the future. We can't just limit ourselves to H City." Luo Ren said calmly with a normal expression point. That's what he said, but it was not the case. The main reason why he was looking for the map was to find famous mountains and rivers, because only that kind of place could breed dragon-marked crystals, and he had to find the dragon-marked crystals as soon as possible to remove the zombie virus from his body. Point before that, he must ensure the stability of Chiang City, because Chiang City was built by him. It has grown from only a few dozen people to 500,000 people, which is not easy. Point he didn't want to destroy Chiang City and the more than 500,000 people in the city because of him. Now, as the highest officer of Chiang City, if word spread that he is infected with the zombie virus and has only 2.5 months left to live, it will definitely affect the stability of Chiang City. Point therefore, he cannot tell anyone that he is infected with the zombie virus, including Suan Tong, to ensure the stability of Chiang City. Point it's not that she doesn't trust Suan Tong, but that Suan Tong will definitely be worried when she hears that she is infected with the zombie virus. In this case, if she is not protected, the matter will be exposed. Sighing secretly, he asked, "System, if I fail to find the dragon pattern crystal and become a zombie or die, what will happen to Chiang City? What will happen to the guards?" In the past, whenever a question was asked, the system would always give an answer immediately, but this time it took more than 10 seconds for the system to give the answer. If the host dies, this system will automatically disengage, and the existing buildings will continue to exist, but the production buildings will not be able to continue production. Point similarly, the existing guard soldiers or technicians will continue to exist. Before the host dies, the host can choose to give other people the power to command the guards or technicians. In this way, after the host dies, these people will obey the order of the person authorized by the host. If the host becomes a zombie, then this system will transform into the strongest zombie evolution system. At that time, a certain amount of the host's memory will be retained, thereby leading the host to the top of the zombies and marrying the zombie Beifumi. Chapter 218 Production, Part 2. The previous answer was pretty miserable, but the final transformation into the strongest zombie evolution system sounded quite exciting to Luo Ren. He thought to himself, the strongest zombie evolution system. It seems that becoming a zombie feels pretty good. Suan Tong observed carefully and saw Luo Ren's expression change from depression to happiness. She was very confused and asked, Brother Ren, what's wrong with you? Crying and laughing. Luo Ren immediately came back to his senses after hearing this, stared at Suan Tong for a while, and asked in a very serious tone, Tong, let me ask you, what would you do if I became a zombie? If so, I will. Suan Tong gestured the famous action of aiming a gun and then shooting, and it came with its own sound effect, bang. One shot blew up Brother Ren's head, so that Brother Ren will not suffer. This set of smooth movements made Luo Ren stunned. His spine was cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He swallowed nervously, licked his lips, and said, this, should it be so cruel? Ha ha ha. Suan Tong laughed out loud. Luo Ren's little expressions were so funny that she couldn't help laughing. After laughing, she waved her hand and said, I'm kidding. Holding Luo Ren, staring into his eyes with affection, Suan Tong said seriously, if Brother Ren becomes a zombie, I'm willing to become a zombie to accompany you. The eyes are the windows of the soul. Through these two windows, no eyes, Luo Ren saw Suan Tong's inner sincerity and feelings for him, and from this, the truth and falsehood are self-evident. After a moment of silence, Luo Ren suddenly smiled slightly, holding Suan Tong's face, and said, don't worry, I will never let you become a zombie. Suan Tong also raised a sweet smile, and then nodded heavily. The two chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at the inner city school. It was still class time, and standing at the school gate, you could hear the teacher's voice inside. Due to the sharp increase in the number of students, the school's classrooms and teachers were completely insufficient, and the children who could go to school here were all children of inner city residents. This is the advantage of first come first served, which is actually a kind of imbalance. If this imbalance continues, then Xi'ang City will have class stratification. And class stratification is not terrible, but class solidification is terrible. This will cause the bottom to be unable to survive, and then one day, it will suddenly explode and affect the stable development of the city. Therefore, at this time, higher level macro control is needed. At present, the construction of the new urban area is in full swing, among which hospitals and schools are being built rapidly, and teachers and doctors are also being selected. This step is to divide the resources equally and make it as fair as possible, so as to make the class flow, so that long-term and stable development can be achieved. Although in the end of the world, the school gate still arranges security personnel with guns. These security personnel have been screened through layers, and must be people with upright thoughts and stable personalities. While preventing off-campus infringement, we must also prevent theft. When Luo Ren and Suan Tong walked into the gate, the security guard on duty opened the gate immediately after seeing them. Not to mention the new city area. In this inner city, Luo Ren and Suan Tong, as well as several squadron leaders such as Luo Shan and Luo Hei, almost no residents did not know them. When the commander came to the school, the security guards did not dare to stop him, because they absolutely trusted Luo Ren, that he would not harm the students, so they opened the door directly without saying hello. Commander. The security guard saluted, and the posture was quite standard. Luo Ren took a look. He was 1.75 meters tall, with a square face and big eyes. He looked like he was in his 50s. He nodded slightly and said, we came to take a look. You can do your thing. The square-faced guard was full of smiles on his face. He saluted again and replied, yes. Then, he returned to his previous position, stood at attention, secretly glanced at Luo Ren, and immediately straightened his chest, and stood straighter. Being a school security guard is a good job. Although the income is a little less, only 5 jin of food coupons a day, but it is easy. Food coupons are a substitute for transactions designed by Saudi Arabia after the reform of Xi'ang City. It was found that it was too troublesome to settle directly with food, so it was like paper money in peacetime. Different food coupons can be exchanged for different weights of food. For example, 1 jin of food coupons can be exchanged for 1 jin of food, which is barely enough for an adult man to eat for a day, of course, excluding those big eaters. After listening to the suggestion, Luo Ren thought the proposal was very good, so he agreed. And the residents also accepted it happily. thinking that food coupons are light and easy to carry, which is better than directly distributing food. There are advantages and disadvantages. Not to mention the new city area. Some speculators have been found in the inner city now, because food is distributed according to weight. In addition to the fixed 30 kilograms of staple food, the excess part of the food exchanged each month will not be distributed in a classified manner. This means that, when you exchange food every month, you will be guaranteed that the first 30 kilograms are staple food, so you can have a full stomach point after that. It was random. It could be staple food, vegetables, or meat and military food, if you were lucky. Therefore, some people did not eat the meat and military food themselves, but sold them to exchange for more food coupons. 1 catty of meat could be exchanged for 4 catties of staple food, and 1 military food could be exchanged for 2 catties of staple food. To be honest, at this time, who would be willing to exchange more staple food for less meat and military food? Don't mention it. There are really those who are greedy and unlucky. After some people exchanged 30 kilograms of staple food, they could not get meat and military food for the excess, even if they used up the food coupons, so they could only use the staple food to exchange with others. These are all normal and have no big impact. At most, they are greedy people. They are greedy for a while and hungry for 2 meals. It can't be considered speculation. The hateful thing is that some people here unite to exchange a large amount of meat and military food for hoarding until the meat distributed within this month basically falls into their hands. They sell it at a high price. For example, the meat and staple food collected before R1:4, then they sell it at 1:5 or even 1:6. This cycle repeats, and within a few months, these people have a lot of capital in their hands, which seriously undermines fairness. It's true that, when you are hungry, you think about how to eat every day. Once you eat, not to say full, but 70% full, some people become active, and the previous knowledge is flexibly used by them. Fortunately, Chiang City is a forced labor city. Although these people have enough capital, they still cannot just sit back and enjoy the meal. Faced with these trivial matters that cannot affect stability for the time being, Luo Ren has no intention of solving them for the time being. He just informed Saudi Arabia that the overall situation should be under control and not get worse. Chapter 219 Map. Unknowingly, Luo Ren and Suan Tang walked to the entrance of the main teaching building hall, looked up to make sure they were right, and then walked in. After entering the hall, Luo Ren looked around and suddenly saw a map hanging on the right wall that was as tall as one person. In the blank space specially left at the top of the map, 5 large characters were written, Map of Jiangnan Province. Luo Ren's eyes flashed. He walked forward and looked at it carefully. He was very pleased to see that this map was actually a satellite map. It not only divided prefectures and cities, but also marked various districts and counties. The most important thing was that it actually marked various scenic spots in Jiangnan Province. In peaceful times, not only historical and cultural buildings, but also various natural landscapes, such as primeval forests, famous lakes, famous rivers, and famous mountains and rivers, will become scenic spots. What Luo Ren has to do is to find the location of famous mountains and rivers. He doesn't know if there are famous mountains and rivers in Jiangnan Province, which is not very high in altitude. Just as he was watching carefully, there was a clang. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and the teacher's lecture stopped abruptly, followed by voices announcing the end of get out of class one after another, and, students, let's finish this paragraph before get out of class ends. Then, I heard the student, other prostitutes were still in the minority, and most of them announced that get out of class was over. Luo Ren and Suan Tang in the hall suddenly heard the sound of dense footsteps. It's time to eat. I don't know who shouted, and then I saw a student of 12 or 13 years old rushing out first. When the student saw Luo Ren and Suan Tang, he was stunned for a moment. Why? Don't you leave. Hurry up, K-Duodo will arrive first. A group of students pushed downstairs, and when they followed the first student's gaze and saw Luo Ren, they were immediately stunned. Sir. Captain Su. Someone yelled, which immediately broke the frozen space, and those students came back to their senses, whether it is ideological education at school or parents' education after returning home. They will all be told how great Luo Ren is. It was Luo Ren who protected their lives and allowed them to have enough to eat, etc. At the same time, what they saw and heard also confirmed that the education of the school and the education of their parents were correct. Therefore, in their hearts, they respected Luo Ren extremely, even more than their parents. Now seeing Luo Ren, they were so excited that they could even dance with their hands. They immediately surrounded Luo Ren and Su Andang. Luo Ren greeted everyone with a smile. "Hello, sir. It's noon. Let's go eat quickly. Don't be hungry." Luo Ren said. "We are full when we see your lord, sir." "What is this?" Luo Ren looked for the person who said this, and then he heard another sentence. "Sir, you are our spiritual food. We are happier seeing you than eating." Hey, look at what they said. After hearing this, Luo Ren nodded with satisfaction and said to himself, in the past, this young man was at least a division chief. "Students, listen to me. Let's go eat quickly. We have classes in the afternoon. We can't go to class hungry," Luo Ren said. For children under the age of 15 who are not fully capable of working, there is a daily food subsidy of half a person, while school students eat 2 meals at school at noon and afternoon, so the subsidy has been cancelled. More and more students were crowding around, swarming the teaching building. Luo Ren kept trying to persuade, but to no avail. His voice was even drowned out by the students' voices. In this way, nearly 2 hours later, with the help of school teachers, the students returned to the classroom, and Luo Ren and Su Andang were able to escape. After escaping, Luo Ren immediately ran back to the mobile base carrying a map as tall as a person. After returning to the mobile base, Luo Ren laid the map flat on the ground. This map was displayed in a photo frame. I don't know who was so bored that he posted a map. Take the map out of the frame and look at it carefully. His eyes wandered on the map for a long time and finally settled on Xianwu Mountain located in the northwest of Jiangnan province. He looked at Su Andang and asked, "Antong, how is this Xianwu Mountain?" When Su Andang heard this, his eyes also fell on Xianwu Mountain, and he said without thinking, "I have been to Xianwu Mountain once. It is very spectacular and beautiful. There are wild golden monkeys on the mountainside. Although they are wild, they are very docile and will not snatch things from tourists. Compared with the macaques, the former are the nobles among monkeys. The latter is a rogue among monkeys, and after reaching the top of the mountain, you can see the magnificent scenery of the Sea of Clouds at sunset." "Oh, so is it famous?" Luo Ren said. "More than just being famous. Xianwu Mountain, together with Sute Mountain, Wuoyang Mountain, and Zushan Mountain, are collectively known as the 4 famous mountains of the Xia Kingdom. They are very famous. In ancient times, many important figures visited it and wrote famous poems that have been passed down through the ages." Su Andang looked at Luo Ren in surprise. She never thought that he didn't know about Xianwu Mountain, which was written in primary school textbooks. "It's so powerful, then that's it." Luo Ren picked up the pen and drew a circle on Xianwu Mountain. "That's it. Brother Ren, are you going to Xianwu Mountain?" Su Andang asked doubtfully. Without waiting for an answer, she continued to persuade. "Now is not a good time to travel. Xianwu Mountain is located in a place with insufficient transportation facilities. The native environment is extremely well protected, and there are many wild animals. Nowadays, many of them must have become evolved animals are very dangerous. Don't worry, I know what's going on." Luo Ren gave her a reassuring smile, then put his eyes back on the map, searched for a while, found the location of H City, and circled it. "It's a bit far." Luo Ren frowned. H City is located in the east of Jiangnan province, and Xianwu Mountain is located in the northwest of Jiangnan province, almost next to the provincial boundary point. The shortest route between the two is separated by Dongjiang City and Zhejiang City, and Xianwu Mountain is located in Ningtang City, which borders Zhejiang City. In other words, if you want to go to Xianwu Mountain, you have to pass through Dongjiang and Zhejiang. Luo Ren turned his head to look at Suantong, and was about to ask about the situation in Dongjiang City and Zhejiang City, but after thinking about it, he finally didn't ask. He was really afraid that Suantong would have wild thoughts, and Suantong might not know the situation in these two cities. After thinking about it, he decided to go to Saudi Arabia. Even if this kid didn't know, he could ask others. I'm going out for a while, he said to Suantong, and without waiting for an answer, he quickly left the mobile base. What's going on, Brother Ren? Suantong stared at the door, with great confusion in her eyes. Luo Ren's behavior was really strange. She looked at the circle Qianwu Mountain and H City on the map, thinking. Luo Ren's footwork was very fast, and he arrived at Saudi Arabia's office in a few minutes. Through the window, you can see that the boy is resting with his eyes closed. There are a lot of documents randomly placed on his desk. They should have just been flipped through. So it seems that this boy is not lazy. Luo Ren walked into the window and called out, Saudi Arabia. Chapter 220 Authority, Part 1. In his dream, Saudi was lying in a watermelon field, holding a piece of bright red and tempting watermelon. He took a bite, and it was juicy, sweet and delicious. It was so refreshing. Read Saudi. Suddenly, Saudi's eating action froze, and his ears stood up. He was very familiar with this voice. Even if he died, he would remember it clearly, and would never forget it, because it was Luo Ren's voice. Sir. He looked around, trying to find Luo Ren, but he looked left, right, front and back, and didn't see Luo Ren. What's going on? Did I hear it wrong? Just when he was confused, Luo Ren's voice sounded again. Saudi. In the blink of an eye, a pair of feet wearing straw sandals appeared in front of him. His eyes slowly moved up, coarse cloth pants, small jacket, and reached the face. He suddenly widened his eyes. Sir. The man in front of him was Luo Ren, but he was dressed strangely, like a melon farmer, carrying a hoe, and staring at him. He immediately got up, picked up the half of the melon he hadn't eaten, and handed it to him with a smile, saying, Sir, please eat watermelon. Eat watermelon. At this time, Luo Ren's image was completely different from usual. He seemed to be smiling, and suddenly, he spit on his hands twice then held the hoe high, raised his eyebrows, and shouted, Hey, you melon thief, you stole my melons and let me eat them, I will beat you. No. Satter's body trembled, and he woke up suddenly, his chest heaving violently, and he was scared for a while, and said thankfully, it turned out to be a dream. Huh, sir, why are you holding a stick? Turning his head to look out the window, he immediately saw Luo Ren holding a long bamboo stick, looking like he was poking a hornet's nest. It's okay, I'll practice stick skills. Luo Ren saw that Shattata had woken up, brushed a few moves, then threw away the bamboo stick in his hand, walked to the door, and pushed it in. Sordit stood up to greet him, poured a glass of water, and said with a smile on his face, Sir, I'm honored to have you here. I wonder if you have any instructions? Luo Ren looked at this guy up and down. He was getting more and more round. At first, he was just full of muscles, but now his belly was a little obvious. This was because supplies were relatively scarce. Before the end of the world, he would have been pot-bellied. He walked to Sordit's office and sat down. He pressed his hand down and said, Sit down. I have a few questions to ask you. Sir, you ask. I can stand. Sordit bent slightly and said flatteringly, You can stand if you like. Let me ask you, are you familiar with Dongjiang City and Zhejiang City? Luo Ren didn't waste words and asked directly, I am familiar with Dongjiang City. Zhejiang City is okay, but not as familiar as Dongjiang City, because my home is in Dongjiang City. Sordit said. Really? That's great. Luo Ren was very surprised. He didn't expect that Shacho was actually from Dongjiang City. Then he must be more familiar with the situation in Dongjiang City. He immediately asked, How many people are there in Dongjiang City? Are there any armed forces such as military sub-districts? Shacho looked up and stared at the ceiling for a while and said, Dongjiang City can only be regarded as a third-tier city, not as good as H City. The population of the city is not large. The permanent population is more than 3.6 million, and the floating population should be more than 4 million. Every prefecture level city will have a military sub-district, and Dongjiang City is no exception. The military strength is not public, so I don't see no point as for the armed forces. Shacho touched his chin and thought for a while, and continued, then it must be the police station point. I haven't come into contact with other gangs, so I'm not very clear, but at this time, it is estimated that those gangsters are almost dead. More than 4 million people are indeed not many. According to the infection rate of H city, the survivors are the most no more than 500,000, too few. But there must be several million zombies, but it's nothing. I'm acting alone, so as long as there are no level 4 zombies, there won't be much problem. Luo Ren thought for a long time, and continued to ask, then do you know how many people there are in Zhejiang City? This time, Shad took a lot longer to think. After a long time, he replied, I don't know the specific population of Zhejiang City. I only have a vague impression. It's about the same as Ardangjiang City, about 3 million to 4 million. So it seems that neither city is in much danger. Luo Ren nodded secretly, thought for a while, then looked at Shat and said, okay, I know. He stood up, and suddenly on a whim, he flipped through the information on the desk, which attracted Shat's attention. He opened the top information, and revealed a corner of pink point. Luo Ren glanced at Shat, and saw his nervous eyes, which aroused his curiosity. He opened it up, and the things underneath were immediately exposed. Peach Temptation? This is a book. The main color of the cover is pink. The main character is an extremely sexy beauty. The overall look is extremely seductive, and seeing the theme Peach Temptation, you can almost guess what the content is. Luo Ren covered the book with information again, and saw Shat's old face blushing, patted his shoulder, and said, don't hold it in. There are many single girls in the city. Find one. After that, he walked away. Shat pursed his lips, sat back in the chair, picked up the book Peach Temptation, saw Luo Ren leave from the window, and was relieved. Fortunately, the commander didn't open it, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. While speaking, he turned the first page, and saw that there was another cover under the cover. The cover below was unsightly, and it was written 18 styles of AIU. Have to practice your skills before you find a wife. Otherwise, how can you be happy if your skills are not up to standard? Shacho glanced around, stared out the window for a while, and said softly. Luo Ren walked on the road, smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect that Shacho was quite sultry. However, he would not care about this thing, and he was too lazy to care about it, and he couldn't care about it. As long as it was not harmful to Chiang City and himself, others could watch whatever they wanted. Passing by the inner city barracks, seeing the dormitory building, and the guards in training, Luo Ren's eyes flashed, and he immediately came back to his senses from the Peach incident, and asked secretly, System, can I authorize others to use the power of the guards now? Yes. The system immediately gave the answer. Luo Ren was silent for a while, and continued to ask how to give it. The host silently recited in his heart, giving someone the leadership of the guards. I understand. Luo Ren withdrew his gaze from the sweaty guards on the barracks training ground, and then suddenly burst into speed, running towards the Air Force base outside the south of the city. There was no need for a vehicle, because he ran faster than the speed of the car, and soon saw the south gate, approached the city, and flew over the city wall. The soldiers on duty only felt a gust of wind blowing, and did not notice anything else. Chapter 221 Authority, Part 2. A real man never takes the ordinary path. When facing the Air Force base, there is no need to shout to the guard soldiers on the city to open the city gate. Luo Ren still jumped in. Several of the guard soldiers on duty have reached level 1 peak evolution. Or, one can barely see the figure read after getting a long day and night. They were extremely familiar with Luo Ren's figure. Just from the blurred back, they could tell that the person was Luo Ren, so they did not order an interception. Luo Ren, who was running, suddenly stopped and froze on the spot, looking around blankly and thinking, Luoshan Luohei and the others are stationed at the Air Force base. They must not be inside the Air Force base. They should be defending on the city wall. I ran too far. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and ran back. When the guard soldiers of the level 1 peak evolver saw Luo Ren turning back, they exclaimed, Sir, you have worked so hard. You are still running and exercising at this time. Aha. The figure flashed, But it was Luo Ren who jumped onto the city wall, landed right in front of the guard soldier, and stared at him. The guard soldier stood at attention and saluted, but under Luo Ren's gaze for a long time, his eyes couldn't help but dodge, go, and call Luo Shan over. Luo Ren ordered, yes. The soldier responded immediately, quickly evacuated the place, and went to look for Luo Shan Point within a few minutes. Under the leadership of the guard soldier, Luo Shan rushed over, came to Luo Ren, saluted, and said, "Sir, are you looking for me? There is a task assigned to you." Luo Ren went straight to the point, and said without any nonsense, "Self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, command vehicles, power generation vehicles, and ammunition supply vehicles are all in production. Do you all use these weapons and equipment?" Luo Shan Deo, no problem. The power generation vehicle and ammunition supply vehicle can be controlled by ordinary escort soldiers. The position of commander of the self-propelled anti-aircraft gun requires a level 1 squad leader or above to be qualified. The driver and gunner can be operated by ordinary escort soldiers. The command vehicle driver can be an ordinary guard soldier, while the commander needs to be a guard soldier of level 3 squad leader or above. Hearing this answer, Luo Ren was quite satisfied. The command vehicle only required level 3 squad leaders and above escort soldiers, while 5 people were needed for the 5 directions, which did not have much impact on the tank core. Yes. Luo Ren nodded, and then asked, "You know all these equipments, but do you know that when these equipments are properly matched, they can form a self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery air defense system?" "I know." Luo Shan replied without hesitation, "Okay." Luo Ren was overjoyed. As long as Luo Shan knew about the self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery air defense system, he wouldn't have to arrange the personnel himself. He immediately said, "The equipment currently in production is enough to form 5 groups of self-propelled anti-aircraft air defense systems. I want you to select 5 groups of self-propelled anti-aircraft air defense system personnel now. After the equipment production is completed, they will be located in the southeast, northwest and 4 corners of Chiang City, and the central government deployed to realize the low-altitude defense of Chiang City Point. Do you understand?" Luo Shan responded seriously, "Understood. Okay, without further ado, let's go." After Luo Ren said that, when he saw Luo Shan about to leave, he suddenly thought of something, and immediately stopped Luo Shan and said, "By the way, there is one more thing. When the armed defense personnel of the air base are produced, you will hand over the defense to them." "Yes." Luo Shan responded. Luo Ren thought for a while and said silently, "The system gives Luo Shan, Luo He, Luo Ji, and Luo Li the right to exchange weapons and ammunition. But the authorization is successful. Guard soldiers Luo Shan, Luo He, Luo Ji, and Luo Li already has the right to exchange weapons and ammunition. Reminder, the host authorization has not yet set a time limit. Do you want to set a time limit? No need, I will take back my authority if I can come back from this trip. If I can't come back." He looked at the sky and said secretly, "The system authorizes Suan Tong to lead the escort army after my death, but if the authorization is successful and the host dies, Suan Tong, a level 2 human evolver, will automatically gain the authority to lead the escort army." Hearing the system beep, Luo Ren closed his eyes for a while, then sighed, looked at Luo Shan, and said, "I will leave Chiang City for a while in the past few days. I have just authorized you, and Luo He too, Luo Ji, and Luo Li exchange ammunition permissions. You must protect Chiang City. My subordinates have sensed the authorization. Please rest assured, sir. My brother and I are in the city." Luo Shan straightened up and said with a serious face. After the words fell, Luo Ren smiled with satisfaction and said, "Okay, then you go ahead." Luo Shan responded, turned around and left, but his steps were very slow, not at all normal. After walking a few steps, he turned around and saw Luo Ren, his eyes full of worry. He was also present at the Battle of Sanctuary City No. 1. As a level 2 evolver, he and Luo Ji saw Luo Ren being injured by level 3 zombies and infected with the zombie virus. The meaning of what Luo Ren just said is clear. He goes out alone without escorts. As a level 3 squadron leader, he can become a captain in just one step. His thinking ability is the same as that of a normal person. He secretly guessed that Luo Ren should it is to find something to solve the zombie virus. Why is it a thing, not a method? That's because as a guard, he knows that Luo Ren has a system, and the system must know how to solve the zombie virus. Quickly stepping forward and standing in front of Luo Ren, he said, "Sir, as long as you need me, I will go through fire and water with just one order, without hesitation." Luo Ren is a smart man. He can tell what Luo Shan is thinking from his actions and words. He is moved. He was silent for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and patted Luo Shan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "There will be that time, but it's just waiting for me to come back this time. My brothers and I will wait for you." Luo Shan saluted. "Okay, guard Chiang City, and wait for me to come back." Luo Ren took a deep breath and then said, "Okay, go ahead." "Yes." Luo Shan responded and walked away to complete the task Luo Ren had just given him. After Luo Shan left, Luo Ren calculated the time. It has been nearly 6 hours since morning. The pilot should have been produced. He rushed to the aircraft factory without saying a word. Within a few steps, he saw the aircraft factory. At this time, many people were neatly lined up at the gate of the aircraft factory. These people were dressed in different clothes and had epaulets. The most of them were logistics staff, followed by armed defense personnel, and then logistics management personnel. The least were pilots. Only one person stood in the front row of the crowd, which was very conspicuous. After Luo Ren walked in, these people immediately saluted and shouted, "Sir." Luo Ren said, "Logistics personnel should perform their duties and start work immediately. Armed defense personnel should return to the special dormitory and wait for the defense handover with the escort army." "Yes." Everyone present responded in unison, and then left in an orderly manner. After the logistics and armed defense personnel left, the pilot was left alone at the scene. Luo Ren walked to the front of the pilot, looked at him carefully, and praised, as expected of a pilot, "He has great temperament." Chapter 222 Zhu Liang, Part 1. The pilot saluted, "Sir." Luo Ren nodded slightly and asked, "What's your name?" The pilot replied, "Sir, my code name is Flying Zero." "Read Flying Zero?" Luo Ren couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard the pilot's factory name. Although it was still a number, it sounded much better than the factory name of the escort, such as 001 or something like that. It just so happens that choosing a name takes a lot of brains. Since the name is easy to hear, I won't change it. "Failing, let me ask you, is it difficult to fly a storm-armed helicopter?" Luo Ren asked. Failing didn't think twice and replied, "Sir, I don't think it's difficult. I may not have expressed my meaning clearly." Luo Ren touched his nose and continued to explain, "I mean, it's not a pilot, but a person like me who has never flown a plane. If you want to, is it difficult to learn to fly a storm gunship?" Failing thought for a while and said one word seriously, "Difficult." He then explained, armed helicopters have higher requirements on people's perception, balance, attention distribution and reaction sensitivity. It is this item that drives many people away. Of course, the commander's physical fitness is excellent, and his sensory sensitivity is far beyond ordinary people, even worse than that of a professional fighter pilot. So, this is no problem for you. However, helicopters are more difficult to fly than fixed-wing aircraft. It still takes a certain amount of time to learn, and cannot be accomplished overnight. "How long does it take to learn to fly an armed helicopter?" Luo Ren asked. "At least more than 20 hours of flight time will be enough." Failing replied. "Only more than 20 hours? Luo Ren was surprised. He didn't expect that learning to fly a plane would take many times less time than learning to drive a car. Then I thought about it. Yes, learning to drive actually only takes a few hours. If the driving school instructors are not acquaintances, you have to be more flexible and buy a pack of cigarettes or something like that. Otherwise you will get off the bus right away when the lesson is over, and they won't even let you off before the lesson is over. In fact, these are nothing. Some driving school instructors are really harmful and even lure students into MLM. Luo Ren has experienced it once in his previous life. Fortunately, MLM in the south is not as good as in the north. It is more civilized and will not lock you up. It is just more broken. Wealth and people are no big deal. Feeling saw Luo Ren's surprised expression and knew that Luo Ren had misunderstood him. He immediately explained, the more than 20 hours of flight time mentioned by my subordinates does not mean that it only takes 20 hours to learn. Fly a plane. Instead, they first learn theoretical knowledge, then receive practical guidance from the instructor, and finally hand over the control of the aircraft to the students. In this way, it takes more than 20 hours of flight time to learn to fly the storm-armed helicopter. In fact, it will take more than a month or two to complete one set. I see. Luo Ren rubbed his chin and thought to himself, at least a month or two. It's too long, and I can't wait. It seems I can only let the pilot go with me. To go to Xianwu Mountain, you need to cross 2 cities. It is impossible for Luo Ren to run across such a long distance on 2 legs. If you drive there, you will definitely encounter zombies and evolved animals on the way, and the speed will be relatively slow. Walking from the sky is the best choice. Of course, there are dangers in walking in the air, and that is the evolution of birds. Luo Ren has already thought about keeping the helicopter flying at a low altitude. Those evolved animals of the raptor type should not go crazy and attack an iron shell. And non-raptor evolved animals such as sparrows and pheasants will not provoke such a thing. That looks extremely difficult to provoke. So, in general, air routes are much safer than ground routes. After making the decision, Luo Ren said to Feiling, okay, I understand. The aircraft is still in production and will take 2 or 3 days. You should go back to the dormitory to rest first. Yes, sir. After Feiling saluted, he ran toward the east city of the Air Force base point. After seeing off the pilot, Luo Ren looked up at the sky. Under the sunlight, it stung his eyes and he couldn't open them. He could only open them after covering them with his palms, but they were still slightly squinted. As a modern person who has learned some superficial knowledge of astronomy and physics, Luo Ren certainly knows that the sun also has a lifespan, but compared with the average lifespan of human beings of less than 100 years, its lifespan of more than 5 billion years can still be described as eternal. The same goes for the stars in the sky, the moon, and the blue stars beneath my feet. Such a big change seems to have affected only humans. Blue Star did not collapse because of human disasters. It even got better. He looked over the city wall and saw the lush mountains outside the Air Force Base. It even got better. Turning his eyes, he saw Chiang City, and the faces of Suantong, Liu Liangxin, Qijun and others flashed before his eyes one by one. There are also the students who surrounded him when he was in school, the Sky March soldiers who trained hard and were nervous, but not afraid of the zombie siege, the residents who lined the streets to welcome them when they returned in triumph. These scenes were all before his eyes. Flashed. He closed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and took steps toward Chiang City. This time he did not run at extremely fast speeds, but drove the vehicle slowly into the city and towards the mobile base. The slower speed allowed him to better appreciate the scenery along the way, which was a scene of many people working on flatland. When he was 1/3 of the way there, his eyes suddenly fixed because he saw a familiar figure, not the old residents who joined the base at the beginning, nor Liu Liangxin, Suantong and others, but a person who had been an enemy for a very short time. Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang was shirtless, showing his strong muscles, directing dozens of people to work, and he himself was waving the tools in his hands and working very hard. Zhu Liang was a level 2 evolver and was once the mayor of Yuhu City. With Yuhu City's surrender, he naturally belonged, so Luo Ren granted him permission not to work and gave him a monthly subsidy. And this subsidy was many times higher than the monthly salary of ordinary residents who worked hard. It can be said that he did not need to participate in labor at all, and he slept and played all day long. As long as he did not violate the city regulations, there would be no trouble. Luo Ren blinked his eyes to make sure that he was not mistaken. Zhu Liang was indeed participating in labor. As a level 2 evolver, Zhu Liang had very sensitive senses. He soon realized that someone was staring at him. He looked sideways and immediately found that it was Luo Ren who was staring at him. He grinned, waved at Luo Ren, and called out, "Captain Luo." This voice attracted the attention of the people nearby, and they all looked at Luo Ren. These people were all from Yuhu City and Sanctuary City No. 1. Because there were too many people, the workplace had not been sorted out, so they had not been assigned formal work. They could only do some temporary work in the new city area, such as handling miscellaneous items and flattening construction land. Chapter 223 Zuliang, Part 2. It's very hard to be exposed to the sun and rain every day, but many of these people don't feel tired, because compared to the environment they were in before, they are exhausted, and still don't have enough to eat but here, as long as you work, not to mention, being 100% full, there is no problem with being 80% or 90% full. Moreover, the foremen here are also more humane, and will not beat or scold them at will. Even if someone suffers from heat stroke or falls ill, they will be asked to rest and taken to the hospital for treatment. This not only solved their hunger problem, but also gave them respect they had never had before. Therefore, after these few days, their favorability towards Chiang City has soared, and all previous doubts have disappeared. At least most people do. Therefore, when people on the field saw Luo Ren, their eyes were full of reverence, although they were still a little scared. Luo Ren smiled and waved to Zuliang, asking him to come over. Zuliang understood, immediately put on his coat, handed the tools in his hand to a man without tools, and walked towards Luo Ren's car. When he came to the car, Luo Ren asked him to sit down in the passenger seat. He didn't show any pretense. He wiped the dust off his butt, walked around to the passenger seat, opened the door, and got in the car. Luo Ren picked up the kettle on the left and handed it to Zuliang. Zuliang saw the kettle and spread his hands. Luo Ren picked up the kettle on the left and handed it to Zuliang. Ren saw the dirty mud on his hands and shook his head with a smile. Take it. Luo Ren did not take back the kettle because Zuliang's hands were dirty, but resolutely handed it over. Zuliang was stunned for a while, chuckled, then took the kettle, unscrewed the lid, drank most of the pot of water, and after drinking it, he happily shouted. After Luo Ren saw the relaxed expression on Zuliang's face and the expression of happiness and anger, his understanding of Zuliang was completely overturned. In his impression, Zuliang was definitely a person who showed no expression of happiness and anger, and was extremely charming. A scheming person. But now he doesn't look like such a person at all. With his tall and simple image, he looks a bit like a fool. Could it be that he was deliberately pretending? With doubts in his heart, Luo Ren asked, even if you are a level 2 evolver, the food subsidy I give you every month is enough to eat and drink. There is no need to come here to do odd jobs to earn food. Although he is exempted from labor, it does not mean that he cannot work. If Zuliang engages in labor production, he will not be without wages because of the high subsidies, but will still be paid corresponding wages. After drinking a large amount of water, Zuliang felt very comfortable. Hearing Luo Ren's question, he replied with a smile, I was born at the bottom of the class and can't sit idle. Staying around all day is quite boring, so come here, there's some work here, and I enjoy dealing with them. Zuliang said, looking at the ordinary residents who were still working. When he said these words, his eyes were sincere and did not look like he was lying. Luo Ren stared at him for a while and then said, in this case, I can ask someone to arrange a formal job for you. It will be easier than here, and the salary will be lower. It'll be higher, okay? Zuliang hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands and refused without hesitation. No, I think this is good. I have so many subsidies, and the salary doesn't mean much to me. And I'm an evolution, so this intensity of work is nothing. You'd better arrange formal jobs for these people first, otherwise if I occupy a quota, one person will be delayed, which is unfair to that person. Luo Ren glanced at Zuliang in surprise. In such an environment, and in such an apocalyptic world, he was really impressed that he could speak the word fairness. This made him interested and wanted to know what Zuliang thought of Chiang City. So he asked, you have been here for such a long time, what do you think of it? How is it? Zuliang looked out the window and pondered for a while, then replied, Chiang City's current strategy is very good. It can be said to be beyond my imagination. How do you say it? Luo Ren asked. I once wanted to build Juhu City into the shape of Chiang City, but after putting it into practice, I found that it was impossible to achieve it because there was completely insufficient food. Therefore, there was no way. In order to solve the food problem, we could only allow more than 100,000 people to continue high intensity work. In this way, the food produced is indeed very objective. However, living in troubled times, you are always facing the threat of zombies, so the army must always maintain strong physical strength and cannot be frugal or careless in eating. Therefore, most of the food produced by civilians supports the army, and they themselves cannot have enough to eat, let alone hoarding food for upward development. Therefore, I found that, as long as the zombies are not completely eliminated, as long as it is still a mess and faces enemy attacks at any time, then the civilians will not have enough to eat, and under high intensity working conditions, no one will spend energy on research and increase productivity. If productivity cannot increase, this state will continue in a cycle. But it's different here. It supports more than 500,000 people. Operating in this mode requires a huge amount of food. I really can't figure out where you get so much food. Speaking of this, Zhu Liang frowned and looked like he was thinking hard. He really showed all his inner activities on his face without hiding it at all. Luo Ren had been observing Zhu Liang, trying to find out whether he was pretending to be like this, but it seemed that he was expressing emotions from his heart and was not doing it on purpose. Is Zhu Liang's acting skills too superb, or is he just like that, and this Luo Ren has no choice but to do something about it? However, as long as Zhu Liang is in Chiang City for a day, he will not be able to cause any trouble, so there is no need to worry too much about him causing trouble. Luo Ren smiled slightly and said, "The world is so big that nothing is impossible. I have my own way to solve the food problem." Hearing this, Zhu Liang's brows relaxed immediately, and there was a little more relief in his eyes. His eyes passed through the windshield and saw the sky outside the window. The sun was hanging high in the sky, like a huge fireball emitting heat wantonly. A few white clouds were floating, and although they had their own postures, they were always just the foil of the sun. Zhu Liang's eyes wandered with the clouds, and he opened his mouth and said, "Yes, there is always a way, but I just haven't seen it. Just like the sudden colorful magical clouds in the morning, I have never seen it before." Withdrawing his eyes, looking at Luo Ren, he said, "That's your handwriting. What if it is? What if it is not? Isn't this sudden disaster still full of weirdness and unknowns?" Luo Ren's words were a disguised admission. After all, the Air Force base was just outside the city. Anyone who has seen the dust cloud and then sees the Air Force base that appeared out of thin air will definitely connect the two together. Moreover, the previous residents had seen him build a wall out of thin air, so they only needed to think a little bit and basically guessed that the Air Force base and the dust cloud were related to him. Although the new residents of Sunset City and number 1 Sanctuary City had not seen his means of building a wall out of thin air, who didn't have ears? Wouldn't they hear? Or were all the hundreds of thousands of people who knew that he had such magical means introverted and didn't communicate with others? Couldn't there be a few old women who liked gossip? Moreover, if these people knew about such a miracle, they would even worship and respect themselves more. Isn't this a good thing? Therefore, there is no need to hide some things, and they can't hide them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Dragon Crystal Detector. Zhu Liang smiled knowingly. He understood some things, but there was no need to say them. He was silent for a moment, put his hand on the door handle, and said, "I'm almost done resting. It's time to go to work." Luo Ren smiled and nodded, watching Zhu Liang open the door and get out of the car, jogging all the way to the workplace, taking the big wooden hammer handed to him by others, smiling at this sight, and then holding the big wooden hammer high and smashing it to the ground again and again. "If you really do this, maybe I can use you in the future," Luo Ren muttered to himself while watching Zhu Liang working, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the inner city. The speed was not fast, suitable for enjoying the scenery on both sides, and at the same time, you can take the opportunity to think about finding the dragon pattern crystal. In this way, unknowingly, you actually arrived at the door of the mobile base. Instinctively stopped and was about to get off the car, But Luo Ren suddenly thought of something, immediately started the stalled vehicle and drove towards the military zone. Inside the mobile base, Suan Tong heard the roar of the car engine, which turned off and then started again. She couldn't help but come out to check it out of curiosity. She just happened to see Luo Ren driving away, and she didn't even have time to say hello. Looking at the direction the car was going, Suan Tong remembered that it was the military zone. She wondered in her heart, why did Brother Ren become weird after returning from Yuhu City? I've never seen him running around all day before. What's going on? He was full of doubts and pondered for a while, then walked into the mobile base quickly, changed his clothes, and drove away. Luo Ren quickly entered the military zone and stopped the car directly in front of the institute point. After getting off the car, he stared at this institute full of modern beauty and scientific atmosphere for a while, tidied his clothes, and then walked in. The door of the institute was fully automatic. When it sensed Luo Ren, it opened automatically, and it was accompanied by a soft female voice. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon, sir. It's worthy of being a research institute. Luo Ren praised secretly. Report. To the commander, Researcher Yanling, reporting to you. As soon as he entered the institute, he saw a man come forward and stand at attention and saluted with a standard military salute. Hearing this man speak, Luo Ren remembered that it only takes 1 hour for a researcher to give birth, and now several hours have passed, and the birth should be completed, so he should be a researcher. Wearing a white coat, black framed glasses, and holding a folder, he has the temperament of a scientist. After a look, Luo Ren slightly, very satisfied with the person in front of him, and praised, Yanling, this name is not bad. He was secretly happy in his heart. If the name is good, he doesn't have to rename it himself, which saves a lot of trouble. At the same time, he couldn't help complaining, so the numerical names of the guards are the ugliest. Yan Ling smiled, gentle and elegant, with a cultured aura in his every move. He said, the guards were born at the beginning, and there are a large number of people, so it is more reasonable to use numbers. In fact, our researchers are also numbered, but with a professional word in front. It's comfortable for cultured people to speak. If it were Luo Shan and others, they would definitely say to you, I think they are all good. Okay, let's not talk about other things. I came here to ask if there is any instrument to detect dragon crystals? Luo Ren asked directly. This trip to the famous mountain and river Xianwu Mountain, although the famous mountain is in front, the big word cannot be ignored. If there is no detection equipment, it will all depend on blind cats catching dead mice. In this way, even if there is a dragon crystal in Xianwu Mountain, it will be extremely difficult to find it within 2.5 months. Dragon crystal detector, yes, not disappointing. Luo Ren. Yanling walked into the storage room after he finished speaking, searched for a while, and came out with a square box. The box was pure black, without any signs or instructions on it. Handing the black box to Luo Ren, Yanling explained, this thing is called Dragon Crystal Detection Watch, which is a miniature dragon crystal detector with a detection radius of 500 meters. The driving energy is electricity, and its surface material uses light energy conversion material, that is, solar power generation material, so it can absorb solar energy and generate electricity spontaneously. And it can also be used as an ordinary watch, but almost no one uses it as a watch because the production cost is too high. While listening, Luo Ren couldn't wait to open the box and saw the bright black dragon crystal detection watch lying inside, which was the same shape as an ordinary electronic watch. Surprisingly, he put this dragon crystal detection watch on his hand. The cool touch was very comfortable. He studied it for a while and asked, how do I use this? Such a big box, but there was only a watch in it, and there was no instruction manual. This product service awareness needs to be improved. Yanling pointed to the 2 buttons on the side of the watch and said, pressing these 2 buttons at the same time will start the dragon crystal detection mode. Pressing the upper button alone will switch to the normal watch mode, and pressing the lower button alone will switch to the entertainment mode. Entertainment mode. Hearing that this little gadget actually has an entertainment mode, Luo Ren immediately became interested and asked, what kind of entertainment is it? I haven't tried this either, and you have to try it yourself to know, Yanling said. This immediately aroused Luo Ren's curiosity, and he pressed his index finger on the entertainment button and said, I pressed it. The fingertip applied pressure, and clearly felt that the entertainment button was pressed, but after waiting for a few seconds, the detector screen was pitch black and there was no response at all. What's the matter? Is it broken, Luo? Ren pressed it several more times, but there was still no response. He immediately took off the watch detector and handed it to Yanling to let this professional take a look. Yanling took the watch detector and observed it for a while and finally came up with the answer, saying, it should be out of power. Luo Ren pursed his lips, took the watch detector, turned around and walked out of the institute, and then put the detector under the sun point. Although it was afternoon and the sun was gradually setting, generally speaking, there was still some sunlight. I have to say that the charging reaction was quite sensitive. The moment it received sunlight, the screen of the detector lit up, and the charging icon appeared. There was a line of small words under the charging icon. Luo Ren took a closer look and read, it is expected to be fully charged in 3 hours and 52 minutes. This time is a bit long, Luo Ren said. Just at this time, Yanling came out of the institute, and Luo Ren said, solar charging is too slow, so let's charge it directly. Yanling scratched his head and said embarrassingly, report to the commander, the watch detector is not designed to charge by power. What did you say? Luo Ren was confused. Yanling was also embarrassed and explained, the watch detector is a product of the Primary Research Institute, so some details are not designed well. You call this a detail? Luo Ren suddenly felt helpless and complained, since it is powered by electricity, isn't it necessary to charge the power supply? If it runs out of power, I just happen to need it urgently, and it happens to be a rainy day. What do you tell me? Break through the clouds to charge. Yanling could only lower his head and keep silent. Luo Ren sighed helplessly, looking at the detector bathed in the afterglow of the sunset. What else can he do? Wait. Time flies, and the sun sets in the blink of an eye. Relying on chasing the sun to charge, it barely charged for half an hour. At least it can be turned on. Luo Ren and Yanling both looked at the watch detector. Under the gaze of the two, Luo Ren pressed the entertainment button. Beep, beep, a few electronic sounds, and then a bang, scared the two of them, and then they heard, self-destruction mode activated, countdown begins, 10, 9, 8, 7, what's going on? Luo Ren was shocked, and hurriedly took off his watch, and threw it on the ground, but the countdown still did not stop, and it was already 4, 3, 2, 1, bang, it exploded, are you scared? Haha. Luo Ren took a deep breath, and looked at Yanling, who opened his mouth several times, and really couldn't find any words to describe it. Yanling covered his mouth, also looking confused. Pick up this high-tech detector, put it back on your hand, press the button on the top, and the screen that was still showing the explosion effect immediately turned into a clock. This function is quite normal. Then, after pressing the two buttons at the same time, Luo Ren immediately felt the detector vibrate slightly, and an invisible energy radiated, followed by a cold electronic voice. Detection mode activated. Scanning. Ding. Ding ding. No dragon crystal was found, or it is not within the range. Scanning continues. The wearer can move forward, and backward and left, and right for a certain distance, to scan a larger range and increase the detection rate. It sounds quite reliable, but the actual application is still unknown. Turning off the scanning mode, Luo Ren asked seriously, is this thing really able to scan dragon crystals within a radius of 500 meters? The entertainment mode just now made Luo Ren a little skeptical about the saying that the system's products must be high quality, and detecting dragon crystals is a matter of life and death, so you can't be careless. Facing the inquiry, Yanling straightened his body. His expression was very serious, and he answered, the entertainment mode is indeed lame, but the dragon crystal detection is absolutely real and effective. I'm willing to guarantee it with my life. With these words, Luo Ren had more confidence in the watch detector. He continued to ask, besides this thing, are there other detectors? Yanling shook his head and explained, the current research institute is still in the primary stage, so there is only this small dragon crystal detector. If it reaches the intermediate or advanced level, the medium and large dragon crystal detectors will be unlocked. It seems that we still have to upgrade the base. Luo Ren sighed, then looked at the watch detector, smiled, and comforted himself. It's better to have it than not. Okay, you stay. I'll go first. If you are hungry, go to the military cafeteria to eat directly. The guards will not stop you. Luo Ren turned and left after speaking, leaving Yanling to salute Luo Ren's back and replied, yes. Chapter 225 Storm Helicopter Attack, Part 1. After leaving the institute, Luo Ren went straight back to the mobile base. The car slowed down and finally stopped in front of the mobile base point after the car stopped and turned off. Luo Ren got out of the car, threw the key to the guard on duty, told him to park the car, and then pushed open the door of the mobile base. The door slowly opened, and the scene inside the mobile base was fully revealed in his sight. Suan Tong and Liu Liangxin were sitting quietly, and both looked at him. This made him stunned. He thought the two were just chatting, so he walked in without paying much attention. As he walked, the two women's eyes followed him. This made him feel strange, so he asked, what's wrong? Do I have anything on me? Nothing, but there is a secret. Suan Tong said. Luo Ren asked, what secret? Suan Tong stood up, walked in front of Luo Ren, surrounded him, and carefully observed something. Such a strange behavior made Luo Ren confused and completely confused. After Suan Tong walked around for a while, he said, what are you doing? I'm not dead yet. Suan Tong walked around to the opposite side of Luo Ren, stared into his eyes, and asked, answer me honestly. Why have you been acting so strangely these past 2 days, since you came back? No, what's wrong with my behavior? Luo Ren asked back, not understanding. You still say no, but you were not like this before. You always had to take a good rest after going out to fight, and most of the things were left to Luo Shan and others, and even if you didn't go out to fight, you would lie down for a long time and never get up early. Why are you running around all day this time? It's really strange. Suan Tong put her hands on her hips and expressed her doubts, then looked at Liu Liangxin and continued, I even asked Liangxin if something happened, but she didn't know, so I can only ask you in person. Liu Liangxin stood up at this moment, moved over, with worry in her eyes, and said, Brother Ren, if you have anything to say, just tell me. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. And Tong and I can also think of ways and give you some advice. I don't know if they have strong observation skills and pay more attention to details, or do they really have a strong sixth sense? I was a little busy, but I could think of this level. Luo Ren secretly marveled and had a new understanding of women's intuition, but he still didn't plan to tell the two about the search for dragon crystals and the infection of zombie viruses because the fewer people who know about this, the better. He smiled slightly, his eyes were calm, giving people a sense of peace of mind, and said softly, don't worry, I'm fine. With more than 200,000 people added at once, I, as the highest commander, must have to do a series of work, so I've been busy these 2 days. And you all know what happened this morning. If you have time, go to the outside of South City and you lines know why I'm so busy. Su and Tong and Liu Liangxin looked at each other. They had seen the strange phenomenon in the morning, which made such a big noise. Luo Ren said that the strange phenomenon seemed to be caused by him and asked them to go to the outside of South City to have a look. You know, women are more curious than men, so this made them eager to go to the outside of South City to find out what caused such an amazing strange phenomenon. Could it be the legendary magic weapon? However, although her curiosity had been aroused, Suan Tong still felt that something was wrong. She suppressed her curiosity and asked, is it really just like this? Is there nothing else? Luo Ren used his acting skills like an actor. His eyes were sincere, and his tone was full of tenderness, saying, it's really just like this. After receiving such a sincere answer, Suan Tong felt relieved. She stared at Luo Ren for a while, then turned her eyes to Liu Liangxin. At this moment, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and said, Liangxin, let's go to South City to have a look. Okay, Liu. Liangson nodding heavily in agreement. She was also eager to see what treasure was born, and there was such a strange phenomenon. In Luo Ren's eyes, the two women walked hand in hand, like good girlfriends, and left here, and ran towards the south gate. Watching the two get in the car and leave, Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief. The sun has gone off work, and the moon takes over. Without the heat of the sun, the cold moonlight sprinkled on the earth, as if covered with a layer of white frost. Luo Ren reached out to touch the moonlight, and it seemed to feel cold. He pulled his hand back, and turned back to the mobile base. After 3 rounds of sun and 2 rounds of moon, it was like, in a snap of a finger, it was 3 days later. Luo Ren rushed to the Air Force Base, as soon as possible, in front of the aircraft factory, and called up the production interface. All the personnel production was done, and only the automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system and the storm-armed helicopter were left. The automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system takes a long time, and there are still 8 groups in production. The only change is that the progress bar of the first group has exceeded half, and it will be completed in 1 or 2 days. Although the production change of the storm-armed helicopter is also small, it is much more obvious than the automatic anti-aircraft gun air defense system. That is, the 20 in production have now become 19, so it is known that 1 storm-armed helicopter has been produced. Luo Ren looked around and did not see the existence of the helicopter, so he asked, "System, where is the aircraft?" After the aircraft is produced, it will be automatically parked in the corresponding aircraft warehouse. The storm-armed helicopter belongs to the helicopter, so it is parked in the helicopter-specific warehouse, Storm Warehouse. The Storm Warehouse is located on the left side of the aircraft factory, close to the city wall. So that's it. Luo Ren suddenly realized, without stopping, and immediately the vehicle drove towards the Storm Warehouse. But just after driving a few dozen meters, he shouted, "Fuck, it's the other way around," because he was too excited. He got the left and right wrong for a while, and immediately turned the vehicle around, and ran to the Storm Warehouse on the left side of the aircraft factory. According to the system, the helicopter-specific warehouse is located on the left side of the aircraft factory, close to the city wall. Luo Ren went all the way to the left and soon stopped in front of a square building with a semicircular roof. The door of the building is not big, only 5 meters high, divided into 2 doors. I really don't know how such a small door can fit a helicopter in. Armed men stood guard on both sides of the door. When they saw Luo Ren, they immediately saluted and said, "Sir." Luo Ren nodded slightly and told one of them, "Go to the pilot dormitory and ask Feiling to come over." Yes. Luo Ren stepped into the room and looked around. It was very spacious. There was a flat open space inside, and many aprons were regularly distributed on the ground. Most of these aprons were the same size, but the apron in the center was more than twice as large as the others. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.